I'm pretty sure that this is working. Right here. Hello? I don't know why I can't move the window. That's kind of pissing me off. But, okay. That should be working. Like, where's the extra invite people thing? Like, I'm very confused here. Going on here? Like, I tried to do it before and it was working. Okay. I'm gonna try this. This. Try it this way. Okay. Let's see what I can get going here. Did she leave the server then? Is that what happened? I'm just completely wasted on whatever I'm supposed to be doing here. Like, where? Like, what am I supposed to be doing? Do I have a life? Is there a life? Is this the life for me? No one knows and no one cares. That's alright with me. That's alright with me. That the world isn't what it seems. Invite. See if he's up. You know, the usual. Let's see. My confusion runs thick and deep. the deepest. Oh. Alright, where's my handy dandy blah blah blah. Ugh. Lonely, I am so lonely. All on my lonely, all on my own. Lonely, I have nobody, all on my own. I have nobody, all on my own. Says there's a Twitch viewer, I think they're lying to me. Hmm. 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 Mhm. 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 Like I'm not in the past the kerosene like channel. I'm like trying to figure shit out and failing miserably at it, by the way. 'cause I mean, that's gone, that's gone. I feel like an energy fucking vampire. Because this setup to me requires interaction with other people so I can talk to them. So we can have a conversation. Because that is my skill. Conversation. Energy fucking vampire. Because not anything else. This setup to me requires interaction. I'm just with other people. Exactly how sad that is. Talk to them. The more I say it, so we can have a conversation. Because that is my skill. Conversation. Energy fucking vampire. Because not anything else. This setup to me requires interaction. I'm just with other people. Exactly how sad that is. Talk to them. The more I say it, so we can have a conversation. Because that is my skill. Conversation. Energy fucking vampire. Because not anything else. This setup to me requires interaction. I'm just with other people. Exactly how sad that is. Talk to them. The more I say it, we can have a conversation. That is my skill. Conversation. Energy fucking vampire. Not anything else. This setup to me requires interaction. I'm just with other people. Exactly how sad that is. The more I say it, we can have a conversation. That is my skill. Conversation. Energy fucking vampire. Lonely. I am so lonely. I have nobody. All on my own. Lonely. Now I would say I should at least get credit for like longevity, or at least attempting longevity. I guess would be the way to do it. Would be the way to say it. Huh. Now I would say I should at least get credit for like longevity, or at least attempting longevity. I guess would be the way to do it. Would be the way to say it. Huh. Now I would say I should at least get credit for like. I'm so lonely. Oh, I just think of the Kids in the Hall sketch. I wish I remembered what thing it was on, but I don't, because I don't know. Now I would say I should at least get credit for like. I'm so lonely. Oh, I just think of the Kids in the Hall sketch. I wish I remembered what thing it was on, but I don't, because I don't know. I would say I should at least get credit for like. I'm so lonely. Oh, I just think of the Kids in the Hall sketch. I wish I remembered what God damn it. But I don't, because I mean, you'd think people would like at least somewhat care. Max theory that it's because it's a Monday is I'm so lonely. I think does not hold water, but who knows? I mean, I'm not a remembering days of the week person. Ugh. I mean, you'd think people
I'm
would
barely
like, at least
remember the day it is person.
somewhat
So,
care.
you know,
Mac's theory that it's
I'm not
because it's
the
a Mondays.
person to ask.
I think
that kind of
does
shit
not
to
hold water, but who knows? I mean, I'm not a remembering days of the week person.
I actually do have a severe issue remembering what day of the week it is.
You'd think people
I'm
would
barely,
like,
I think it's part of the
remember
autism.
day it is person.
Same thing with
Somewhat
time.
care. Mac's theory that it's
I'm not
because
like to me, 11 p.m.
person
where I'm at right
ask.
now, it's just normal for me to think awakeness is a
who
state
knows?
that
I
I
mean,
can be
I'm
in.
not
But I have to,
remembering
you know,
days of the week person.
I actually do have a severe
Concede
issue
that not
remembering what day of the
everybody
week
thinks
it is.
that way.
I'm
would
barely,
like,
I think it's part of the
remember
autism.
day it is person.
Same thing with
Somewhat
time.
Mac's theory that it's
I'm not
because
like to me, 11 p.m. where I'm at right now, it's just normal for me to think awakeness is a
who
state
knows?
that
I
I
mean,
can be
I'm
in.
not
But I have to,
remembering
you know,
days of the week person.
I actually do have a severe
Concede
issue
that not
remembering what day of the
everybody
week
thinks
it is.
that
I
way.
do not know why I'm having such a hard time
It's
loading
autism.
shit. It's kind of bizarre to
Same
me.
with time. Mac's theory that it's
I'm not
because
like to me, 11 p.m. where I'm at right now. Wait,
normal.
why is my think awakeness is a
who
state
knows?
that
I
I
mean,
can be
I'm
in?
not
But I have to,
remembering
you know,
days of the week person.
I actually do have a severe
Concede
issue
that not
remembering what day of
everybody
the week
thinks
it is.
that
I
way.
do not know why I'm having such a hard time loading shit. It's kind of bizarre to
Same
me.
with time. Mac's theory that
I'm not
because
like to me, 11 p.m. where I'm at right now. Wait,
normal.
why is my think awakeness is a state that I can be in? But I have to,
remembering
you know,
days of the week person.
I actually do have a
Concede that not everybody thinks that
I
way.
do not know why I'm having such a hard time loading shit. It's kind of bizarre to
Same
me.
with time. Mac's theory that
I'm not like to me, 11 p.m. where I'm at right now. Wait,
normal.
why is my think awakeness is a state that I can be in? But I have to remember. Okay, I think I've fucked my sound settings pretty bad. I do not know why I'm having such a hard time loading shit. It's kind of bizarre to me.
Mac's theory that
Like to me, 11 p.m. where I'm at right now. Wait, normal. Why is my think awakeness is a state that I can be in? But I have to remember. Okay, I think I've fucked my sound settings pretty bad. I do not know why I'm having such a hard time loading shit. It's kind of bizarre to me. Like to me, 11 p.m. where I'm at right now. Wait, why is my okay? I think I've fucked my sound settings pretty bad. I do not know why I'm having such a hard time loading shit. Bizarre to me. Like to me, 11 p.m. where I'm at right now. Why is my okay? I think I've fucked my sound. Okay. This seems to be correct, except now now that doesn't like it. How about now? How about now? Is that better for you? You fucking greedy ass piece of shit.
I gotta, maybe my phone? Check my phone. Try to plug this in at some point. Okay. Oh boy, so, like, that's the thing. It's like, are only the weirdos, the people still awake? Is that what's going on here? Or what's the proper, like, procedure thing for this kind of thing? 'Cause I'm pretty clueless. You know? On, like, everything at all times. I don't know why I'm as clueless as I am, but that's the reality of it. Looks like I found somebody else who might be a bit of a, what would be the word, night person as well. Boy. It's just one of those days. You know? Days, nights, years. You know how it is. Or you don't. I have not decided if you don't, or if you know, or if you don't know. If you don't know, now you know. Is that the... That's the thing, right? Alright. Where is the... Oh, okay. Let's try and brighten it slightly. Okay, yeah, that looks a little better. I think it looks a little better, maybe. Sorta, kinda. I don't know. bit of a non-thing for me, I guess. I'm gonna do a bit of online, like, surfing then, if like that's
You first.
what
All right, you first. What happened?
there is no what happened. Oh, what? Oh, you're talking about. Okay, my audio just has been a nightmare to deal with, and it's just been
Uh,
detecting all over the place.
oh goodness. I'm
And
sorry.
part of it, I'll admit, is my own fault because I,
Partially what I'm going through is also partially my own fault.
yep.
Uh,
Can you turn your audio down a bit?
oh, am I too? Z, is it? Are you hearing music or something?
No, you're just loud through. But
Oh, I'm loud. Okay. Well, I'm on my phone, and my phone is far away from me, so I'll try to talk quieter. Is that better?
yeah.
Oh, oh,
I
oh.
am just yeah.
No, you're
It's peaking
gotta.
It's actually peaking my audio.
You gotta preserve your ears. I get it.
Oh no! My iPhone tells me constantly I should turn my music down.
Yeah, my Android tells me the same, and I just like fuck you, go louder.
Fuck you! It's heavy metal. It's supposed to sound like this. You can Trink said you can change the volume on Discord. I can you
I don't know if it works for mobile.
try talking now normally.
Hello, how's this?
I can adjust it. Holy shit!
There you go.
Yeah.
You'll have to forgive me. Just 20 years of call center rep, I'm used to having to project my voice quite a bit. So.
You're talking to a person who has a hard time controlling the volume of their voice. As you're aware, as I'm sure you're aware, that is an autistic trait.
Oh, well, I have to tell Z that all the time, just especially with when we had the bunnies. I was constantly reminding him we have bunnies. You can't scream at the video game. You will scare them. They can have heart attacks if they get spooked. You need to shut up. Unfortunately, those two both got sick and died within 12 hours of each other. So
Yeah, yeah, I saw the post.
oh, absolutely crushing.
I
July can go. July 2021 can go suck a big fat nut for me and go fuck off.
So I did not know how to react to that news. I'll be honest.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
Just because I'm a country boy at heart, so it's like rabbits died.
Right? Yeah.
It's a little bit of a cruel reaction,
I mean,
but
no, I get it. I get it. And I mean, I totally went into it when we found them. Was like, okay, they're really small. They should still be with mom. But then one of them was bleeding, and I was like, fuck. Like, now I can't just leave them. He's bleeding. I can't just leave it here because other critters are going to smell the blood, and they're going to come in here, and they're just going to have a taste of snack. And on top of that, yeah, we did research, and apparently if the nest is disturbed and any bloodshed, the mama bunny will be like, nope, that's it. I'm not going and risking my life. The babies are gone. I'll just go get horny and go breed again.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Yeah. So
no, I know they do that because I mean.
Exactly, you're a country boy, so you're aware of the rabbit lifespan. But it's just like after
calling it a lifespan might be generous.
but yeah, like I just, and that's the thing, like I came into it like I didn't even want to name them at first, and then like Princess Za's community was like, what are you gonna name them? I'm like, right now they're just big one with the injured ears and tiny one. Like, so I'm not trying to get attached.
Well, to me, it's funny because that's the old, like, adage of survival, like, things where it's like don't get attached to something if you might have to eat it. Right?
Oh my God. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I actually have a cottontail that the dogs actually dug up 3 years ago while she was a baby. And same thing, like, okay, the nest has been destroyed. There's going to be dog slobber all over the place.
Yep.
And mom will not come back to take care of these two.
Yep.
So we got stuck with them. And one of them was my big lettuce eater. And unfortunately, I think what happened with her was that this was back like 2018, back when we had the E. coli, and unfortunately I was buying romaine lettuce for them, and she was my big, like, one of them would only eat pellets and the other one was always the lettuce person. So it was a lettuce bunny, and she was the one that keeled over, and I think probably she ended up catching E. coli, and just when rabbits get sick, they go fast. So
you could quiz me on what rabbits eat, and I would fail, because I have a hard time, and it's something I have friends that get really, really angry with me. I have a hard time thinking of them as anything but food. It's just like locked in my head.
I had a friend and supervisor at a past job that was literally looking into starting to just raise them on her own as a food source. And she was dead serious about it.
Because one of the things my family would do for Easter is eat rabbit.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, if it fits, right?
Like, Zero made a joke. If Volti keeled over, Dad's like, well, we could have her for dinner. I'm like, what is wrong with you? We've had her for 3 years and taken care of her. What is wrong with you? It's like, if push came to absolute shove and we were like absolutely down to nothing and she died, okay, then I understand. But if we have enough food in the house, no, she's getting a proper burial like everything else in this house. That's an animal. We don't eat the cats. We don't eat the dogs.
My friend had a pet squirrel, and when it died, we ate it.
Oh my goodness.
Like that's the thing. But also middle of nowhere.
No, like I said, I understand. I mean, it's such a thing too. Like, we have tons of squirrels out here, and my mom tamed one at one point and was feeding it peanuts and various nuts at some point or another. And then, like, it's just, I find it funny because, like, that squirrel was around for like almost 2 years before it just up and disappeared. Probably got picked off by something. But like, when I first bought my house, my sister came over to visit one time, and the dog that died in the accident, Tobway, was probably a coy dog of some sort.
I don't even
We
know
were
what that
told he
is.
had wolf in him. And every coy dog I look at online, because after he died in the car accident, my mom mentioned that my sister had been looking at pictures of coy dogs, and they all look just like Tobway. And I was just like,
Can I ask you
Okay,
a slightly personal question?
go ahead.
Are you actually a furry, or is it just your icon?
I don't know if I'm really considered a furry or not.
Okay, like you can see where it's just a question I've had.
I get it. I've had people call me a furry, and I'm just like, whatever.
Like, no, I have no like discrimination against it. If you are, it's like whatever.
I'm not like active in the fandom. I am still Mega Man X is my bread and butter, bar none. I'm just the crazy nut job that was role playing an organic wolf girl in a Mega Man X roleplay club, and it stuck.
Okay, that makes sense. No, I was earlier. Mac was on here, and they were talking. There was a story about.
I was so pissed off about everything that happened today, and I was just like, I just do not have the spoons right now. I will go off on a tirade, and I will ruin whatever conversation they have.
Who?
You and Mac.
What? A tirade about what?
Oh my god. Okay, so as you know, we were in a car accident at the beginning of the month.
I did not know, actually.
Yeah, July 3rd. Zero was driving, and because he's got a permit, and we had just finished all the prep and the big push to get all the new patches ready for GDQ. And it was the night before GDQ. We had these baby bunnies, like I mentioned before.
Yep.
And when I found them, they were probably around 6 days old. Their eyes were still shut. Their
Yep.
ears were still shut.
Yep.
And they were starting to get to the point where they're weaning. They were like 2 weeks old at the time.
Okay.
So we're like, okay, we've got 2 sales to mail out. We're completely out of cat food, and we really need to try to find goat's milk for the bunnies, because that's, as they start to wean, they say you should start getting them goat's milk instead of the formula. Like, okay, so we're going to go out. It was 9 o'clock at night, because we try to go out later at night. There's less people out, less people with kids,
Yeah.
stuff like that.
I understand the concept.
Yeah. So we just left my mom's house, showing her the bunnies and helping her. She was having a computer issue she needed me to fix. We leave. We're in a lane to make a legal U-turn.
Yeah.
And Zero's in the lane, and there were cars coming, but we had more than enough time based on how far away they were from us for us to go ahead and get into the lane. So it's like, I look behind us, I'm like, okay, you made it, good. And he's pulling to a stop. That's the last thing I remember. The next thing I remember, very vaguely, is I remember a lot of voices and glass in my lap. And I remember picking up this piece of glass, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck's going on here. I must be having one hell of a crap-ass dream. I'm going back to bed. So I passed back out. I for whatever reason, I checked, because I had the bunnies on me.
Yep.
And they were in a little pouch on my chest. And I checked, I had the pouch on me. I'm like, okay, I'm going back to bed. Fuck all this. I'm going back to sleep. The bunnies are on me. We're fine. I'm going back to sleep. Next thing I know, I wake up in an ambulance with this guy putting a neck brace on me, screaming at me that I was in an accident. My car was totaled. What's my name? What's my date of birth? And I'm like, the fuck do you mean I was in an accident? Where's my husband? Where's my pouch with my babies? Where's my dog? So... yeah.
I can understand having the urge to go on a tirade right now.
Well, that's not even what happened today.
What happened today?
That's okay. So you now know our car was completely totaled.
Absolutely.
This dumb girl.
Yep.
The only thing they obviously, because by the time everything happened, everything was stopped. But the cop, when I woke up on the stretcher in the hospital, told me effectively, she hit us in excess of 35, which was the speed limit. Mm-hmm. And we were in a legal lane trying to make a legal U-turn. We were hit from behind. 3 witnesses saw it happen, and we were the ones who were hit. We did nothing wrong. All this nonsense. So we have no car. And Towboy, my wolf hybrid, he died. He didn't make it. He got squished. He apparently walked away from the accident, and the local dog warden took him to the emergency vet, but he didn't make it through the night. He was gone by 3 a.m. that morning.
I'm sorry.
I mean, there's nothing we can do about it now, but
I have actually lost several dogs, so I can at least understand this. We had one that had 3 strains of limes at once, and he wasted away.
Yeah, I mean.
So I
think the biggest thing
I can at least admittedly sympathize with this.
No, I understand, and that's because we weren't dying, they let us go. We didn't have our shoes. I mean, Zero had one of his shoes on. I guess one of them got pulled off in the accident somehow. We found it in the car. But yeah, long story short, as far as today goes, so we don't have a car anymore. The Impala that was my husband's childhood car, that his parents, when our old car died, drove all the way out from Ohio out to New York, and that was our car. And that was going to be, he was going to get his license in that car, so I was making him drive more often so he could get more experience and pass his driving.
Zero doesn't have a license?
He's on a learner's permit.
Okay.
He came to me nearly 10 years ago on an expired learner's permit from Ohio. And it's not easy getting a valid ID in New York if you don't have at least semi-valid ID.
I have a question, just because I have a lot of personal experience with car accidents. I can safely say I would have what you would say like 3 major accidents under my belt.
Ugh.
One of them, I flipped my car entirely,
Oh wow.
and it landed upside down.
Oh no.
And I got out. I would have lost my arm if I wasn't wearing a leather jacket. So when the window broke.
Oh goodness.
But strangely enough, I have an urge when I get in an accident or get hurt of any kind. I want something with sugar in it for some reason. I never know why. But I have a question. How is Zero with left and right?
With left and right, he's
Yes.
fine.
Like he's good with that kind of thing with directions.
Yeah. He's got a better sense of direction than I do, and he didn't even grow up in this area.
Okay.
I did.
Okay. What about like spatial?
Yeah, you're fine with spatial awareness, right? At least on the road.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I was just asking because I literally. All right.
Yes. This
Because
is true.
no, I'm asking just because I literally had to. I gave up driving specifically because I can't do either of those things.
No, I know. One of my besties, her brother has Asperger's, and he refuses to try to drive because he's got a lot of the same issues.
And I had to drive because I lived in the middle of nowhere and
Yeah.
I couldn't get anywhere.
Yep.
Like when you say you've been in 3 major accidents, most people would probably just be like, over the years and none of them were your fault. No, I would definitely fault myself at least for driving in those conditions.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that 1000% because I mean, like Syracuse is a pretty big city, but like once you get outside of the major metro area, it's all farmland, and on our.
Could you also inform Zero I do not mind if he joins the call and wants to talk either? That doesn't.
Zach says that he's okay with you joining the call if you want to talk.
Yeah. I'm not.
He's playing Final Fantasy 14.
Oh, okay. I've heard some interesting stories coming out of that, mostly about twink bunnies.
I have. Oh, right, the boy bunnies that are now available. Yeah, everybody went nuts over that.
Yeah, now you remember.
Well, I fully remember pretty much everybody I knew from back on RSC in the Mega Man channels was like, they can have a male? Like, oh my god, you guys need to just chill out.
And the female version are giant.
Yeah, they're
so you add the twinks in with the giantess fetish.
I mean, to be fair, that's how rabbits are IRL anyway.
Oh no, I know, but it's it is pure fetish bait.
Oh yeah.
And I find that hilarious.
Phoenix knows what they're doing. They're not stupid.
Well, I mean, yeah. Well, except when they publish Yuji Naki games, apparently. Now that's a joke for like 2 people.
Oh my goodness.
Right?
Oh Lord. What game was that? What game was that? I know there
Balan Wonderland.
Oh right. I knew it was recent. And I'm like, oh, Yuji Naka made it. Oh, and Squeak. Oh, and I couldn't remember the name of it.
It's actually okay.
Yes, exactly.
On a design level and on like a technical level, it's actually like really cool. The problem is in the actual game design.
So it suffers a lot of the same problems of like X7 and X6.
Plus one other major thing. There is a compendium novel you have to read to understand it.
Yeah, that's like, didn't they learn anything from back in the NES era with rental games? Like, nobody kept the manuals. You got lucky if you got the manual.
No. Here's the thing. They didn't give you the book.
Oh my god. You had to buy it separate, didn't you?
Uh-huh.
What moronic bullshit is this?
Like
Oh,
you can have extra material. You just need to like let people know, and it has to be extra, not necessary. Like
Yeah,
I for one am highly addicted to Disco Elysium. I don't know if you know what that is.
not really.
It
It
is
sounds vaguely familiar, probably
okay.
because I recognize both words as different things.
Okay.
Like old dancing stuff from the
Okay.
80s when I was a baby. Elysium. Okay, I remember this from like X6.
Okay. So imagine a world that is literally breaking apart with and all that's like in between the world is like paleness you can sail through. It's pretty
Mm-hmm.
odd, but you are a cop that literally wakes up not knowing who they are after a drug bender.
Oh, lovely.
It is imagine it's like a dystopian future except it's an alternate timeline, so it's not actually it's actually like only like 1922, but it's a alternate future. It's
Gotcha.
really bizarre that way, and it gives no fucks about being any kind of politically correct or positive in any way. And
Yeah.
it you run into a guy who calls you an F slur immediately, and he's a child on rolling high on drugs.
Oh my
It's
god.
one of the first people you meet. Kuno doesn't care. Kuno doesn't give a fuck about anything.
Oh my lord.
And what's interesting is even though there's a lot of these bizarre characters, your character is actually the crazy one.
Ah, so kind of like what's the smile one where you're trying to escape
Yeah.
the. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I never played that one, but I remember.
We happy few.
Yes, that.
Okay, so think of it. You do not know you because you were given a it's a structured like a D&D type D&D slash classical RPG experience. You actually have different voices in your head that are all parts of your mind because you don't know who you are, obviously. So you're basically
Gotcha.
constructing who this person is now.
Got it.
And you have so like electrochemistry, empathy, manipulation, things like that, you know?
Mm.
Uh shivers, just these odd little things, and they all talk to you. So, like in the middle of a conversation, like physical instrument will chime in and say something, you know?
That's
And
as somebody who's grown up in pagan circles and people that have spirits and stuff that they claim are part of their ensemble. I'm familiar with that. So
well,
that's
except that this is all psychology. Like
yeah.
this is more, I'd say, more realistic. So you are a cop who has to solve a murder that no one cares about.
Oh, that's fun. Like nobody cares if person A died, but you still
You
want to go
also
solve it.
have thoughts you need to internalize, like volumetric shit compressor, meaning that you have enough endurance to deal with a dead body.
Ooh, fun.
So like, it's like a classic like point and click RPG where you like walk around the city and stuff like this. And I am just addicted to it because it is so dark and but feels so human. You know?
No,
Like
I definitely
like
just
like
uh,
I would highly recommend it now because now the original didn't have voice acting. They added voice acting in for free now,
ah.
and it is amazing. You actually run into like it doesn't care. Like there are people that are just full on racists. There's full on fascists. There's insane libertarianism. There's communism going on. Like you actually have a whole political journey in there too. So
I will
it is just a
I probably won't ever be able to get to play it just because of my timetable and everything right now, especially with everything going on.
Oh no,
But
absolutely. I'm just saying
I could probably at least check out a YouTube
I would
video.
definitely recommend it to you or Zero if you have the if you ever like want it's a game the way I play it is if I have an hour, I'll just fuck around with it
No, no,
and
yeah,
talk to
definitely.
people. But the thing is, since you are the are literally the crazy one, like you can have a conversation and you're like, do you want to see a magic trick? And then you pull out your gun and blow your brains out. And but all the only information you were given is did you want to see a magic trick?
Oh man.
So
Yes.
so it's that kind of insanity.
Oh my
You
god.
are you like in most games everybody else is the thing that interacts with you. In this game you are the thing interacting with the rest of the world. The world is normal, you're the freak. And like as an autistic person specifically, I can relate to that experience.
I think we all can.
But
I mean, I don't have autism. I have ADD, but
yeah,
but there have been plenty of times.
no, I've actually been I've been trying to be more open about it, just because it does not have a lot of public visibility, and a lot of people have assumptions on how people like that act. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
like people are
Like you
like, you
got
don't
the
sound like that, and it's like, I know how to talk. That doesn't mean I know how to do everything else.
yeah, and that's the thing. Like what I go through with my ADD because I highly suspect that Z has ADD on top of his Asperger's, and just every ADD thing got swept under the rug and assumed as part of his Asperger's. And I, at least when I got diagnosed, I got counseling and I got medication and kind of found ways to, cope with, like things that needed to be handled and stuff like that.
Yep.
Like I would doodle while a teacher was going through a lecture.
No, I understand entirely. In fact, Trink, who was in the chat before, I don't know if she's still there, was literally telling me the exact same story. Which is kind of funny to me, you know? It's such a
Yeah,
classic part of it. I think the worst part about autism is that while you can get counseling, you do end up having to figure out every coping device yourself. There's no
yeah, yeah.
it like there's a reason I put in the tag thing like I kind of feel lonely right now cuz it's like sometimes you do feel incredibly alone cuz
Yeah,
nobody literally nobody understands you. It's not
and
a
that's yeah, exactly, and that's the thing. Like it all affects us differently.
yep.
Every last like like my ADD. If Zero ends up still also having ADD, that my ADD isn't anywhere close to what he goes through with his.
Well,
So it's
and with I also do have ADD, and I had to go on a non-stimulant
yeah,
because
that's,
you do not want to give somebody with autism a stimulant.
isn't Ritalin a stimulant. It
Yes.
is.
Uh,
Okay, that might be why you didn't go very well with it because
uh,
you're
yeah.
not supposed to get stimulants apparently if you are on the autistic spectrum. So that might be why you were reacted so badly to it, babe.
Maybe.
It
I mean, that's
can
the thing. Like,
it
I
can
need,
like it can take all the symptoms you already have and amp them.
yeah. I mean, that's the problem. He's not on anything right now. And I'm pretty sure what happened, just based on what I know about his childhood, is he got diagnosed, he got put on Ritalin, and then there was no trying to teach him how to function as a member of society. It was just he went home from school and mom was like, here's the controller for the PS2. Grind all the boring shit in Final Fantasy 12 and let me know when you're ready to do the story stuff so I can take back over and do the fun things. And I was just like
I
that
just okay,
there are things that
did
there are
you
things that
ever see,
Zero
did
should
you
have
ever
known.
see the movie Capote
No, I don't watch movies.
with Philip Seymour Hoffman? There's a line he says in there where he's talking to an inmate, and he's like, "I felt like we grew up in the same household, except I went out the front door and he went out the back." That's exactly what I'm feeling with your Zero story right now, because I also wouldn't. Okay, I basically was left to do farm work with no instructions,
Yep.
and I don't. I wasn't diagnosed until I was 18, so I actually made it through high school like this.
Oh gosh, yeah.
You know how I did it?
I they
I
caught
made a
mine
bet.
at
I literally gambled it.
gosh. Who did you bet to end up finding out that you had autism?
No, no, no. I bet my way through high school. I made a bet with the teacher that the principal, that I could get A's on all of the tests if they let me just do the paper test and not any of the daily work or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
I aced all of them without it wasn't even a
Yeah. Yeah.
and that is how I graduated high school. Otherwise, I would have failed.
That's smart because like I part of it was just bad role model in general. My father would be like, yeah, and it's like, and this is a man who already had several issues, but this is a guy who literally like skipped out of almost the entire year of school one time
Mm-hmm.
before the teachers finally caught on that he wasn't showing up, and so he I mean, granted, this
Don't
was
you
like,
wish you would have gone to the high school in like the 60s and 70s?
pardon
Compared
me,
to like, because I ended
pardon
up
me.
going to high school in a post Columbine world.
See, I did not.
So yeah,
I graduated in 1998. And
yep.
that was before Columbine. So
So yeah, no, I
it was starting to get dangerous, though. It was starting
well,
to get
here's the thing:
bad.
it wasn't dangerous at my school at all because we literally had a police officer in school.
We didn't have that at mine. It was getting to the point where, like, after I graduated, the first year or two after I graduated, I would routinely, hey, I'm bored. I have a car. I have nothing better to do today. I'm going to go back to my high school and go visit my teachers. And I would. And I didn't have to check in with anybody. I just walked in, peeked in the door, like, hey, you free? Can I talk? You cool?
They
Cool. And I would just,
yeah, that would not have been possible at my high school. That
yeah, this
there,
was like,
since
yeah, this was
also
like late
since
90s,
well
98, 99.
yeah, since and also since the thing since people are stupid, the cop also was armed.
Yeah.
So if
I
you
mean,
would
it
have
was,
tried that, there's a good chance you would have been shot.
yeah, like the last time I visited my high school to see my teachers before I moved, my my biology teacher, who was really the first guy I even opened up to or trusted after waking up in the middle of my dad being a pedophile. We'll just leave it at that.
I,
Um,
yep.
but like he had a camera at the front of the classroom, and I was like, "The hell is this for?" And he's like, "I got a lot of kids that are getting really like it's getting scary in here, and I need to make sure that I'm taping it all. So if somebody gets hurt or somebody does something that they're not supposed to, I've got it on film." And he's like, "It's getting bad. You probably shouldn't be here without anybody knowing you're here because they're starting to clamp down. These kids are getting really dangerous." I'm like, "Oh, shit, I didn't know." I went to go see the other two teachers I was there to see, and I left and I went home, and that was the last time I saw anybody. So,
Wow. Like,
yeah,
also, I actually have a cousin that went through exactly what you described prior, so I do at least have a little experience in knowing what that is.
yeah, no, fun
Um,
times, fun times.
she's a paranoid schizophrenic though now, and I, she,
Yeah.
I can't deal with her anymore. She makes everything, all of my symptoms worse, because what ended up happening is her parents threw her out by putting her in the same building I was living in. And so it turned to me to take care of her.
That's what my mom did to me with my sister. And my sister she inherited, because my dad, already a pedophile, he also had bipolar at the very least. There was definitely some past traumas from a shitty upbringing on his end.
Yeah.
So he was a whole wonderful bag of awful.
Yep.
On top of that. And just, my sister unfortunately inherited a lot of the mental illnesses. A lot more than, like my mom, her biggest thing really is that she is narcissistic and she is anxiety ridden.
Yep.
She has such bad anxiety about things, it makes it nearly impossible to deal with her, and that's part of why I'm in the situation I'm in today, because when I get to it, you're probably going to have your jaw on the floor by the time
I am actually looking into getting a bipolar diagnosis.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you've ever noticed me on like shows and stuff like that. There's sometimes I'm really into it and sometimes I'm not.
No, I hear you.
But I do always show up when I know, like it's funny because I believe it was Trink asked if I've ever canceled because of my lows, and it's like, no, I've never canceled due to a low. It's generally something physical. Just like, but I don't know. It's interesting. I feel like I relate to you in Zero more than sometimes I relate to Mac. I'll be honest.
That's okay. You're fine.
And it's not an insult against him. It's that.
Oh no, not at all. Mac's a good guy in his own right.
It's because I have the same kind of background.
Yeah.
Of craziness.
And sometimes I probably shouldn't, but I tend to be an open book. I don't really hide any of my past.
I have adopted very similar things. Did you ever see the series Lie to Me?
I've heard of it.
There was a guy on there who had a philosophy of radical honesty.
Yeah.
And I looked into that. I wouldn't say I'm that all the time, but I try and be as much of that as possible. I've
never even heard of it, but I'm going to probably look into it now because, like
also, you were mentioning having friends that do like pagan things. I went through a phase looking into it, and I'm actually wearing the necklace I made out of a cow, and it's a cow bone.
Oh, neat.
And I actually carved it myself.
I wasn't exposed to it via friends. It was my mom.
Oh no, I had zero friends that were into it. Okay, let me put it this way. My circle of friends was like 4 people tops.
Mhm.
There's like it's a small town, and basically I just hung out with the other people that were considered freaks.
Yeah. I mean, once I did get diagnosed with ADD and they stuck me in the classes for the kids that had special needs, a lot of them were the kids that were from very similar homes than me. They just had, like, they were smoking, they were drinking and stuff. And it was just, but you could tell that they were all emotionally broken in some way because they had shitty houses just like I did. So I definitely felt I could relate to them a lot. Like once the tough guy facade came off of a lot of them, they were pretty good down to earth kids.
I'm trying to think. MC Chris actually has a song about that where he used to hang out at Denny's with all the goth and weird kids because they were relatable. It's like, and I don't even smoke. I'll break a cigarette in half, but he'd rather hang out around, I think it's called Freaks, and he just talks about how he'd rather hang around those people than the popular kids just because there's more reality going on.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I
didn't smoke or drink at all, but I related to them a lot more.
When I turned 18, I started smoking at 18, started drinking 16 or so, but it was always supervised.
Yeah.
And let's face it, I live in an area where there is a drinking culture. Learning to drink is a thing here.
No, I thought.
And really when I say learning to drink, I don't mean learning like there's 2 things you have to learn. One, you have to learn how to pour a beer without making foam. You know, and 2, you have to learn where your limit is.
Right.
And
I have a very minuscule limit. I know that for a fact. I was making dinner one time and I was using wine for some of the cooking because I was making wine sauce and I was drinking some of the wine. And I was like, I feel good. I think I might actually have a buzz. Give me more.
I don't.
I had never had a buzz in my life, but it was like 2 glasses of wine and I was done.
My limit is literally if I get to the point I throw up.
Oh, so
But
it's either you're over the limit or you're not there yet.
well, I did an entire GF1 podcast drunk,
Oh my god.
and they didn't know.
Oh my lord.
I am completely conversational. I have read a book drunk.
Oh no, I don't.
Like, I don't know what it is
Everything.
about. I don't know what it is about me. I don't black out. I remember everything.
Ah, lucky.
It's not, because everybody else seems to have fun. But I'm actually there when everybody's acting lame and stupid. I'm still cognizant.
See, that's the thing. Like I'm
the guy that has to throw out the mattress into the church dumpster because my friend puked on it, and we can't let the parents know that we were drinking.
Gosh.
Yes, that's a real story that we did.
Oh, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it at all.
Like,
but
I actually was talking to that guy the other day. Apparently, he believes in Atlantis now.
oh goodness.
Look,
Actually,
look,
like some
look. As long as he's not into
the
the Q shit, I don't really care anymore.
No, I actually think I did see an article on a reputable news site that said that some undersea rover, part of some scientific team, thinks that they might have finally found some relic of the possible final,
no. I mean, I'm more talking on like a spiritual level, believing in it.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay.
Not the sciencey kind.
No.
Also,
That's what I thought.
I had a stream with somebody else who has been a guest on Gamer Grudge, and I mentioned the person we had to let go. I didn't mention the name purposely, correct?
Right.
But they guessed it dead on without me saying anything.
That's not surprising.
I know but I actually am. I have actually been doing I'm still doing some of my own research into it because now that it's I don't know what you would consider the head of what. Well, it's not actually more widespread as it is splintering and merging into other things.
True.
There are like actual Nazis now trying to recruit.
Yeah, I'm fully aware. And like when the whole 6 happened, like my mom and my sister were both texting me, and they're like, "Are you seeing this on the news?" And I'm like, "I told you, idiots, that this was going to happen."
I did too. Well, it's like when Trump won, I knew that was going to happen. It didn't surprise me in the slightest. I
had coworkers raising the alarm with like, he went to Russia to go make friends with Putin, and he's not even done with the election yet. That should be raising every type of red flag we have. It's like, yeah.
I did like a recent Joe Biden thing where he was talking, where somebody asked him about defunding the police. Of course, he said he didn't, which I do disagree with. Don't get me wrong, but he said that they're like, but what other Democrats think? It's like, I don't know. What about those Republicans that drink that? Why aren't you asking about like Republicans like drinking human blood and shit? And I'm like, Joe sometimes is on the ball. He has the ability to one-liner. You know?
Like Trump was just flat out nuts, and Biden actually has at least 75% of his brain still intact.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the thing. Like, definitely the police need to have. They do not need to be small miniature armies scattered across
Yeah,
the country.
my way I would look at it is you have the police that are like for the murderers and stuff like that, but then you
Yeah,
have a smaller civilian type thing with less than lethal means.
yeah, yeah.
And they have to actually live in the area they protect.
Yeah, that definitely needs to be much more
Yeah,
like they actually
I don't know if
did
that
really.
if that sounds similar to your ideas or not, but that's how
No,
I feel.
no, you're.
Um,
I'm in the same boat. Like I definitely think that SWAT teams and riot gear stuff has a place.
but
Those are for when
the
we get things
amount
like
of
what happened
and
on this
the
day.
amount of it is the issue.
And the problem is too is that because Nazis and fascists are already very embedded in the police force,
Oh yeah.
they're all going after the wrong fucking people.
Oh no. They're going after the right people. They're going after people that are willing to pay them.
Uh,
that were
I don't know.
when
I don't
people use
see
the word
anybody
right,
that's actually
sometimes
getting
I just have
arrested
to
that's not broke off their ass already.
like it's I don't know, maybe I do not make any bones about how far left I am because I'm pretty goddamn far left.
Oh no, I'm the same way.
Um, I believe I was talking to TPP earlier, and I said, like, if I had to pick an ideal form of government, it would probably be anarcho-socialism.
Yeah.
So I don't have any faith or am at this current moment like running around with a flag trying to get it done. I don't have any idiotic expectations of it, but I at least know where I want to be going now. You know,
Yeah.
I want to push things that direction, but I don't have any illusions that I'm going to get what I want before I die.
Yeah.
And that's
I mean,
and that's one of the things that does bother me about the some of the really liberal left where they're like, "Oh, we can accomplish this in my lifetime." That is that's why they get burnt out.
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I've been listening too much Chapo Trap House lately. Who knows? That I don't know if
I
you've
mean, I haven't heard of them, no. But I mean, I do agree with you. Like, it's got to start, and a lot of the things that really need to get done are at least getting talked about now.
yeah.
Like, I've noticed, like, especially during last month, during Pride Month, like, I noticed.
I had messaged you and I had put a thing in the thing that I don't know how to feel about it.
You're right, I know, because you said you're very ace. I totally get it. But like what I noticed though is like with Pride Month, yeah, we have like okay, we have to support, the LGBT, we have to support our trans folks, we have to support our BIPOC folks.
Absolutely.
And now a lot of them are saying we have to promote our fat folks. And I'm like, are we finally recognizing that fat people are a marginalized community? Are we finally getting to that point where we're recognizing that fat people are a marginalized community? Because that's not been said until very recently.
Also, I would not say they have the same types of struggles at least, but it's odd. Well, where I live is technically the heaviest state in America, so like it's incredibly accepted where I am.
That's the thing. Like where I am, like my first boyfriend lived in Virginia, and after we broke up, he came up one last time. He actually finally made the trip up to New York, and we went to a Cracker Barrel because that was something he was familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
So we went to the Cracker Barrel that's up here, and he takes a look around and nervously chuckles and very quietly says to me, he's like, everybody's big here. Like, why, like, hi, you're in Richmond, Virginia. You guys don't have snow. You guys are able to walk around year round. We have a 6-month long winter, Chris. It's called
we
beer
literally
porn.
we literally have a food item called beer cheese soup.
We literally have a very heavy Italian population that took their pizza and their pasta, and on top of that, like Hillary Clinton said it best. As much as I don't like her very much, if you took out New York City out of the equation, New York itself, the entire rest of the upstate area, would be within the top 10 poorest states in the country.
Absolutely.
It's like, we are not. Like, Syracuse itself is apparently, and I just found this out recently, ninth poorest city in the country. And we are the snowiest major city in the U.S. We have a 6-month long winter.
Okay, so I have been recently having some interesting conversations with my mother about class. Okay.
Oh boy.
Oh no, she's not as far left as I am, but she's not. She wears let me put it this way. I bought her an ally pin and she wears it and loves it. She thinks it's awesome. She loves those kind of things. One of her favorite TikToks to watch is about indigenous people and them speaking out. So this isn't like a negative. My mom is great. My dad is my problem.
Oh no, I fully. Both of my parents are my problem. It's just my dad's been dead for 14 years. My mom's still with us.
God, I wish my dad was dead. I'm so jealous. I admitted this. I admitted my feelings about this. I admitted my feelings about him in another stream before, so don't even think like this is me putting on an act. No, I am literally jealous of that.
I'm not going to lie that me and my sister both breathed a pretty heavy sigh of relief when we finally
there will be defecation and urination on his grave. Because
I haven't gone that far at the gravesite yet, but...
Well, technically, my family owns a graveyard, so I know exactly where he'll be and stuff, so...
Gotcha.
No, it is not surprising at all that part of my family owns a graveyard. But, oh God. We were talking about class. Okay, I was having problems with my kidneys. So first doctor we went to, I actually was comfortable in the waiting room and all this stuff. She was like scratching and highly uncomfortable because it is like a pretty poor and, very downtrodden kind of clinic.
Right.
Then the second one we go to is like a happy medium, but I'm nervous there.
Yep.
And I'm trying to explain to her that you're not used to poor people hospitals. She got offended that they asked me if I used drugs.
Yep.
But the way they asked, I obviously do. But I'm like, I don't actually, but they asked, of course, thinking I was lying that I didn't. And she got offended. And I'm like, that has been every hospital visit I've gone by myself for my entire life.
Yeah.
And then just Sunday, she hurt her knee, and I went to her doctor to help her because, hard time walking. It is the most clean, sterile environment in the world that I nearly had a fucking panic attack.
Yeah, I'm probably in that happy medium. I get a little nervous in the super poor medical facilities just because.
Yeah, but
I don't worry if you're going to get somebody who is hopped up on drugs and escapes the room they're in or what have you.
Yeah. Run competently.
Right.
Well, that's what I told her because I ended up switching doctors. I said, honestly, I don't care how shitty the waiting room is as long as it's run competently.
Yeah.
And if the doctor I had would have been competent, I would have stayed with her. That's how
Yeah.
she was burnt. And it's nothing against her. She had just been doing it for so long and had burnout.
Yeah. I
Written
think
all
that
over her. And I'm like, okay, I acquiesce to that, you know?
I think that's probably what was going on with the guy that we had to see after the accident. Because, not to mention, he also made a comment to us, or at least to me anyway, that, oh, yeah, they take forever to pay this stuff. I think his biggest concern was this is going to take forever for me to get paid, and she's otherwise not insured, and I don't care.
What kind of car was it anyway?
What car hit us, or what car we were having?
What car did you have?
We had a 2004 Chevy Impala.
Uh,
We got hit by a 2013 Chevy Suburban.
okay. I've never owned a car that as nice as either of those, so. One of the.
I mean, the Impala definitely had her issues. She had a transmission issue, but it wasn't that bad. She definitely couldn't take long car trips, especially in the summertime. We primarily drove it at night when it wasn't too hot. Because if it started getting too warm, she had an electrical issue of some sort, so her gauges would start going haywire even more.
Oh yeah,
So
I've had that.
yeah, and
So
yeah, just but she was reliable. She turned on. She got us from point A to point B without any major issues. So
two of the three cars I owned, I would say, actually had what I would call positive for autism features. One of them, my Probe, Ford Probe, if you know what that is, that's a car that died really quick. Um, it had a digital display for the speedometer,
mm,
so there was no guessing the distance. And I didn't have to look at a dial and go, and my mind didn't have to put that equation together ever. I could go 55 and lock it in exactly at 55.
right.
Which helped my anxiety levels,
Oh yeah.
The other one, you really wouldn't consider it. I already said I can't tell left from right very well.
Mhm.
The Buick symbol on it helped because it went yellow, red, blue, and so in my mind I replaced the words left and right with the colors of the hood ornament.
Gotcha.
So
That's actually really smart.
I was saying earlier, people like that have to come up with your own solutions.
I just look at because I sometimes do I'm not super bad at it, but I do sometimes really quick crap, which way am I going to be turning, left or right? Like, okay, look at my left hand. Okay, that's the L hand. Okay, so that's left. Okay, I gotta turn left. Especially if it's someplace that we know is nearby, but we don't know exactly where it is, and we're navigating last few, feet or whatever to the location we're going to. And it's okay, turn left on Main, turn right on this after that. Okay.
My sense of direction is so bad, it is the reason I got diagnosed, because I was practicing my driving with my mom, and I had to ask if I was on the correct side of the road.
One of my first times after I got my license, and I took a car out to drive, and I literally was on the wrong side of the road
Yep.
for at least 2 minutes, and it kind of looks different. The road looks different. There's something wrong though. I can't figure out.
Yep.
Oh, I'm apparently thinking I'm in England again. I'm not. I got to get back on the other side of the road.
I had a learner's permit for 3 years and still couldn't tell.
Oh my gosh.
So it was I'm just saying, that's a reason and a half right there. I was also gonna ask,
Yeah.
are you still doing your art?
Yeah, I just it's been fun with the accident.
Oh, of course.
The girl hit us so, like I said, she hit us pretty dang fast. Everybody I've shown the picture of the wreck to has pretty much said, yeah, that's probably close to 50 miles an hour is how fast she hit us. Because the Impala is not a small car.
Oh, I know.
it's a mid-sized, pretty decent car. Like when my
One
in-laws,
of the cars that T-boned me that wrecked my Buick was an Impala. I know.
ah, yeah, so you know exactly how big they're. Yeah, so like when my in-laws were dropping it off, like one of the first things that Z's mom says to us as they're showing us off the car, she's like, "You could fit at least one person in there, maybe two if they're skinny." And I'm just like, why are you contemplating if you can stuff a body in the trunk? That's concerning. Oh my goodness. But I mean, it was definitely
Is that person a car person?
his mom.
Yeah.
Is your mom a car person? Babe?
I don't know.
Mac Zach was asking if your mom's a car person.
Like, what do you mean by car person?
Like as an interest.
Knows her way around cars?
Like,
And knows her way around them mostly.
No.
No, not really.
Okay, because
Although I have seen them see like a nice car driving down the road, and both of them will stop sometimes and look at the other and be like, "Honey, can I have it?"
like,
old man.
It's
Yeah,
funny.
what your mom say it?
So it's funny to me that you say that's odd.
She does it because my dad does it.
Okay.
Anyway,
Because
you were saying.
we have a thing in the town of Iola, a gigantic car show, like gigantic, and it's half like regular car show. The other half is where you sell cars.
Okay.
It's common vernacular to use how many bodies you could stuff in a trunk as for like describing it. Like that's incredibly common. That's just normal car guy talk.
You're like in Wisconsin or something, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Because, Z, your mom, she's been to Wisconsin other than just to pick up that one girl, right?
No, literally just pick up the one girl.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Because that like literally when I bought one of my cars, they're like, oh yeah, it's a good 3-body trunk.
I'm really wondering if that's just a Midwestern thing.
Well, you also have to remember we are the state that produced Dahmer and Geen and make jokes about it constantly.
It was the Midwestern thing.
Okay.
Well, Zach was just saying how there's a very big car show where he is, and it's just a very common thing when people are describing the trunk space of a car. Like, for example, oh, this is a 3-body trunk. And he heard the description of your mom saying we can fit at least 2 people, or at least 1 person there too, maybe if they're skinny enough. It's just like, I'm just sitting here like, where are you contemplating putting bodies in a trunk? And then he's like, well, that happens all the time down here.
You gotta find some way to hide crazy Michigan drivers.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no, we worry about the goddamn Flatlanders. The Flatlanders are the problem.
I'm sorry to think it's a Midwestern thing.
Yeah.
Because Toledo, Ohio is Midwestern enough, as far as I'm concerned.
You're smack dab in the middle of, we call it pop, not...
So,
Yeah.
we have a mix of that.
Yeah, like one of my, like, first online friends was in Toledo, and I have been out to Toledo to visit her 1,000,001 times. And when Zero ended up starting hitting on me, and he told me he was in Toledo, and it was finally decided that, okay, we like each other enough, we're not driving each other nuts, I'm going to go ahead and give it a shot. I figured if push comes to shove, and he ends up being a douchebag, or I don't like him and this falls through,
Yep.
I can go visit my friend for the weekend. So it won't be a complete loss because she's in the same city. I know how to get to Toledo. But it worked out. And now I don't talk to the old friend anymore because her and her dad are both complete Trumpies. So I just, especially after the insurrection, it's just like, you guys can rescue as many cats as you want and otherwise be good people, but you're literally trying to put people that would not just like off people like my husband, but would off you too. Because the thing is that just gets my goat on this so much. She is of Jewish descent.
Yep.
Her family line literally are Holocaust survivors that made it to the States.
Yep.
At least that's what she told me back when I first met her.
If no, well, that's the thing. My best friend, he is a Trump supporter, but he also doesn't believe in voting.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with him. I'm like, that's all right. You're literally ineffectual in this argument. I can handle that.
Yeah, like I was in a voice call on another like a Mega Man server, and
he's black, so.
Yeah.
But.
And that's another thing too that like I worry about. Is like you do realize that like you would be one of the first people that they would toss off the boat, right?
Well, he got into Alex Jones, and that's what happened.
Yeah, it's always something. Like, unfortunately,
I don't know how. One of his current narratives has to do with the vaccine being a virus that can target certain ethnic groups, and I had to explain to him that's literally impossible because all our DNA is made of the same thing, regardless of race or ethnic group.
Like, it affects different ethnic groups differently because those people tend to be poorer. They tend to be stuck in jobs
but that is an outside factor. The chemicals itself cannot tell what race you are.
Exactly. And that's another thing that just like said friend asked me to make her a face mask because she works as a cake decorator in a Meijer. And she's like, well, the store's requiring that I have a face mask, and you offered, and you said you had Sonic fabric, so I guess I will take you up on that mask. And then it was when she started telling me we should stake hydrochloroquine, was like, okay, you're too far off the deep end at this point.
See, like, that's not too, like, that's the thing. I'm pretty... Maybe I may be overly tolerant just because the only people that would hang out with me in high school and stuff were the true freakazoids, you know? That kind of stuff, like, I could hang with that kind of person for a while. That wouldn't bug me at all. Like, the only thing that triggers me is actual hatred, you know?
Well, that's the thing, too, though, is that it's, like, for example, I think, was it 2019 when we went to WizardCon, right? Because we'd just gotten done with MagFest, and then we went out to WizardCon a few months later.
Yeah.
Okay. So, our friend Sonia lives in Cleveland, and she's actually kind of part of the reason why me and Zero got together in the first place.
Okay.
But, so she lives in Cleveland, and obviously Zero's family and my other best friend were both in Ohio, so like we passed through Cleveland on our way to Toledo anyway, so it's not that big of a deal to go see her while we're in the area.
Mm-hmm.
She had invited us to come with her and her boyfriend and another friend to this Comic-Con type thing in Cleveland called WizardCon, I think.
Wizard World Comic
World Comic-Con. Okay, thank you. And this was before COVID and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And we happened to have Sophie with us because we were like, we're going to go to Cleveland to go see Sonia. Do you want to tag along? So she did. And, you know, Sophie's like, well, could I go for the one day? And I'm just like, well, let me ask Sonia. And Sonia said, sure. So I wake up butt ass early in the morning, drive my butt back out to Toledo, pick Sophie up, and heading back to Cleveland with her. And she's telling me about how these people at the bakery keep calling and trying to order cakes and scam the bakeries and how it's being a problem. And then she makes a comment of it's always the minority people too. Not trying to say anything, but it's always the minority people.
Whenever you hear the phrase, I'm not trying to.
Yeah. And that's just like, it took every oomph of my gumption to not just spin around at the closest spot I could make a U-turn on the highway and take her back home. Because Sonia and her boyfriend are both Latino. And I'm just like, you do realize that you are going to a convention that we were invited to And our friend that invited us, that allowed you to tag along, is Latino. She is a minority. And frankly, so are you, Miss Jewish Heritage. It's just, and it's just like that, and the whole trying to convince us to hydrochloroquine, and people should be back to work, and like, no. Zero has serious medical issues. I have asthma and high blood pressure. We kind of don't want to die. It's just, just take hydrochloroquine. You'll be fine. No, we won't. You're an idiot.
Like, if it was malaria.
Yeah, if it was something that people actually get.
That's what I always.
Stressful.
It's like, according to you, all I need to do is drink enough gin and tonics to survive it.
Right?
It's like. No, but that's the thing. I'm also incredibly combative with them as well. I will engage with it. Like I am not a walk away type person.
I'm getting there, and that's the thing. Like, I was raised to be very submissive and don't question and don't make a scene, and it's just kind of like.
My mom tried to do that, but with me not being able to tell social cues, it didn't work out.
Bang. Do not eat the pizza crust.
Like, I actually remember I went to go see a band, and I had my friend with me, and he couldn't understand the lyrics, but I could, you know. It was metal, and they were saying some racist stuff, and I literally punched one of the people in the bathroom.
Oh, goodness.
Like, that's, like, I have no problem just directly confronting it.
Yeah.
Like, we had a guy who called people of Arab descent sand N-words at my old building, and I said, you say that again, and I will literally let the air out of the tires on your fucking power chair.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting to the point where I do not have any tooth anymore or tact to try to stay quiet anymore, especially when it possibly affects my health or my family's health.
I completely understood. A lot of people don't understand that if they have the freedom of engagement, so do we.
Yeah.
Like, I understand. It's like how I don't believe in, like, cancel culture in the way it's portrayed, because it's like, a lot of times it's just simply, you did something fucking stupid.
Yeah.
And now you suffer the consequences. You need to, people on the left need to be open enough to realize that sometimes you just have to pay the price to do the right thing. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I effectively say that there's effectively two types of cancel culture. There is actual consequences for somebody being a douchebag, and then there's like what happened to me, like with Yami, where we were really concerned that he was they were gonna try to do that.
But that is also something you can work past, you know, over time.
Well, I mean, that's the thing too. Like, I was bringing up to like one of our other friends, like 306, who owned the Discord and was the one streaming at the time. Like, that's the thing. Like, it doesn't always end up being something that you can work through if you're small, if you're a smaller person.
Yeah.
Like in my case, like, I only have 215 people following me on Twitter right now. I don't have a huge following.
Yep.
I'm pretty much ostracized by the Mega Man community for the most part as it is. And it's like for example, like Sean, you know, he was at a GDQ as a host. You know, he figured he's a voice actor, he's very big into video games, it's a charity event, he wants to help out. Some stupid ass kid decides to make up a lie that he's a pedophile and he's engaging with minor attendees inappropriately, and GDQ went and just pretty much ghosted him, stopped talking to him, stopped sending for his host shifts. He had a whole bunch of prizes that, and again, games and stuff that were not only just part of the runs and stuff, but he had voiced it, that he was going to be donating, hey, here's a key for a copy of Breath of the Wild, here's this, here's that. And they didn't take any of his prizes because of this one kid with a rumor. And later on, a couple months later, the kid publicly comes out and says, oh yeah, I was just making it up because somebody, I think, finally said, they can go after you for defamation. You can get in legal trouble with this if they find out you're lying about it.
But for every person like that, there's like 4 mini lads out there.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if you heard about that whole debacle.
Not really.
Texting, getting nudes from underage fans.
So another, like, what was his name? Oh god, the guy with the big nose. I can't remember his name. But like Pro Jared or whatever the fuck his name was.
Well, yeah, Pro Jared, though, at least the situation was different because he wasn't asking them because they were underage.
Yeah.
Like, he wasn't actually actively a predator, at least in my opinion. This guy was active. He was more on the EDP scale, if you've seen that controversy.
Yeah, I get what you're going with, yeah.
But
I think with Pro Jared, he was just basically taking whatever he could.
Pro Jared was having, like, marital issues and shit like that. He's one of the few people I actually listened to his side and was like, okay, I at least can understand you. You know? I don't understand, like, most people, but you, I understand that you were trying to do that now, and he still has a group now, but it is 18 plus. He said, I didn't know how to even make one of those at that point.
I mean, true too. And back then, like I would be rightfully venting to my friends on LiveJournal, and my mom and my sister or something would see it. Like, why are you bitching about us online? Like, I'm not trying. You're not supposed to be able to go into my journal.
Yep.
So, you know, it's like I'm venting.
I was trying to think of Romeo Lacoste also did shit like that.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask what your. I've been thinking a lot lately about this. I don't really like the whole puzzle piece thing for the autism symbol.
I don't think you don't like it either, right? The puzzle piece for autism, because that's pretty much Autism Speaks right there.
It is, but that's like a generally accepted thing.
Right. Well, I think the community came up with like a rainbow infinity symbol now, because they want to get away from the puzzle piece.
Yeah, here's the thing. I do not mind the puzzle nature of it. What I mind is that it implies it's about fitting in.
Yeah.
Like a puzzle piece. So, I'm actually, I've made up my mind that I'm gonna finally get some tattoos. I've been long waiting it, and the thing I've come up with for the autism one is I want a mixed up slide puzzle. Because that, to me, makes more sense.
Yeah, I mean, you're still a whole person, but you're just a little bit more jumbled up than the majority of us, so yeah.
Yeah.
In a way, I can see exactly where you're coming from.
I know that I'm going to put the word happiness mixed up in it, because that's the idea, right? And also, with autism, you use repetition to try and find things and create patterns and stuff. And patterns is exactly how you solve a slide puzzle, by the way. I don't know why people have such a hard time with them, because it's all about pattern.
I suck at slide puzzles. I don't think I've ever solved one. Unless they're really simple. If they're really simple, then maybe, but not the more complex ones. Like, once you get to 9 slides, that's it. I'm done. Put a fork in it.
I think I solved 31 once.
Oh, goodness.
But to me, all it is learning to recognize the pattern of how it works, and it's pretty easy then. But that's the thing; it's all about you can't be afraid to put something in the wrong place to find the right answer. And that's what I find people get wrong about slide puzzles, is they're so anxious to get the answer right that they don't realize you're allowed to get wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean,
That's one of
no, that's a good analogy. That's a very good analogy.
Yep. So that's
'Cause
one of them I'm looking at. Another one is just a pattern using punctuation marks on one hand. The one I'm actually planning on finally getting. I'm actually going to commission somebody to make a graffiti version of the one of something that I generally write on my hand. I write the phrase "this finger meant" because if you say it fast, it sounds like disfigurement.
Gotcha.
And my hand went through a table saw, so.
I was waiting for you to say that my hand went through a windshield in one of those car crashes.
No. This was a table saw with a dado blade.
Oh god.
Yeah, no. No, I actually never got injured in any of my car crashes.
Unfortunately, with this last one, Z actually has a appointment with a concussion specialist. They didn't give that to me, but I have a fractured rib and suspecting rotator cuff issues and definitely a spot in my back. But the only thing the doctor wanted to be bothered to do for me was, oh, we're going to get you set up with physical therapy. Woohoo. Like, that's going to do great.
Yeah,
Not.
No, I've never. I don't think I have never actually broken a bone.
This is my first one. Let me tell you, it was not fun trying to lay down and make myself comfortable, especially on the floor.
I have done probably everything else because now I have sliced a bone.
Oh my gosh!
Right. And one time on a giant hill, I tried the brakes on my bike weren't working, my bicycle, and so I tried to use my feet, and I was wearing sandals.
Oh.
One of the sandals didn't survive, and my big toe, I literally ground it to the bone. So I've actually done things to bones that most people never have even done. So it's that weird. I don't know.
I'm cringing for you on your behalf. God.
None of that. Well, I don't know. I was always so injury prone; it didn't bother me.
I mean, I've had some stupid shit I've done, and I laugh about it now. But like when I tell people some of the shit that I've done to myself, they're just sitting there like, how the fuck did you pull that off?
Like I actually, you can't see it because of my beard. There's actually a bone spur that's been growing out of my jaw for years.
Oh wow, that's fun.
Doesn't hurt. I'm actually thinking about dyeing my beard as well. So, I used to. I just got the urge again.
Oh no, you're fine.
I think one of my what's going on with me these days is I've reconnected with a lot of the music and the scene stuff of my youth, and it's kind of like, I don't know if you'd call it like a midlife crisis, but it's helped me refocus on a lot of things I care about. You know?
I don't really see that as a crisis per se.
Because, like,
I mean, you got to remember where you came from, right? So.
Because it's like, I was isolated, so I listened to a lot of stuff that a lot of people didn't.
Yeah.
And I also have a penchant for collecting rare and bizarre music and CDs. Like, one of my favorite bands is Polka Dot Cadaver.
Never heard of them.
They literally have a song called Chloroform Girl. But
you broke up, though.
But it sounds happy when the song itself, Chloroform Girl, where have you been? Don't let me catch you sleeping again. You're only alive because I like you. But it's like, I these days I feel like letting my freak flag fly more, you know?
No, I hear you. I'm like, I was actually talking to my mom the other day here, it was just like, I honestly, once everything's all said and done with all this nonsense, like I honestly want to kind of commission my sister to make a fursuit. Oh boy.
You know what? I think part of it is this is gonna sound weird. I think I have to give credit to the quarantine a bit
Yeah.
because it's made me self-evaluate more. I'm listening to a lot of the old punk bands I used to, and a lot of the old metal stuff I used to. I'm discovering new music, trap metal being one of them. It is trap rap mixed with metal.
Oh.
It is amazing. Like they scream and everything, and it's metal as shit, but it's still also trap rapping. So
There's, I, they're probably not the same, but there was some cover, well, not even a cover band, but they did a cover of Love is a Battlefield, and they were definitely a metal band, but it was just like, I loved their remix so much.
well, Pat
Because
Benatar.
that's,
Also, Pat Benatar is awesome.
see, I was
in
trying to
general.
listen to that song because they played it a lot at one of my last jobs, and I never really listened to it because in my house growing up, it was pretty much the Beatles ruled, and my dad was constantly playing old 50s and 60s stuff, like Beatles, or not even 50s and 60s, but like more like 60s, 70s. He was playing a lot of stuff from his childhood, so I grew up with a lot of like the old 60s and 70s rock bands from the day.
I'm wearing a Thin Lizzy button right now because Thin Lizzy is fucking awesome. And the fact the boys are back in town hasn't been used in the series The Boys yet baffles me.
But yeah, I was listening to that song so much, and D was getting, but he's like, I have heard more than enough Pat Benatar in my entire life. I just don't want to hear it. And it's like the original version is good, but it's obviously dated. It's just like, I want a rock version of this. I want a faster paced rock version of this. And there's just, like, I saw one live performance of her and her husband performing it, and they definitely had a more rockish tune. But because it was a live performance, somebody recorded with their cell phone, the quality was bad. So it was just like, damn it. And then I found this, I can't remember the name of the band at all, but they did a really good rock cover of it, and I fell in love with it. So, but
I
yeah,
have to say though, Disturbed's version of Sound of Silence like invokes rage in me.
jeez.
They missed the point of the song. You know?
That the original song is one I grew up with.
Yeah. No,
So,
I actually grew up with a lot of that, but my dad also had odd taste, so I also grew up with like Frank Zappa. If you don't know who he is probably one of the strangest musicians ever to live.
I think I've heard of him, but I
He had
don't
a
know if my dad
song
had it.
like "Why Does It Burn When I Pee."
Oh, I think I heard that song as a meme. I think the first time I heard any of his shit was probably when I was on AOL as a teenager. Oh my goodness.
Also did "Don't Eat the Yellow Snow."
Oh my lord.
Nanook,
Yeah,
Nanook rubs it, which is exactly what it sounds like.
yep, I think I might have heard at least the "Why Does It Burn When I Pee" song as a teenager. Definitely.
So I grew up with listening to stuff like that on the regular. I used to have a copy of his band, The Mothers of Invention, on cassette tape.
Oh my gosh.
Um,
I still have the majority of my cassette tapes.
I have some. I actually have a lot of cassette tapes that are from stuff that there literally isn't CDs for, so there's no way to translate it, which sucks. But you do.
Well,
What you,
not really. I mean, if you get like a cassette player or radio that has like a headphone jack and you get an aux cable, you can literally take that aux cable and pop it into your computer, into the microphone jack, open up whatever
It
audio
feels
recording
no.
software of your
I
choice.
have literally done what you're talking about, but I don't want to do it with stuff that's like local underground stuff because it feels wrong. It feels like this was what the artist intended.
On the same token, though, and this is
Yep.
just speaking from somebody who you don't know if that band is even still around anymore.
Oh, they aren't.
And
They're no. Actually, I looked it up. Member by member, most of them are dead.
so, wouldn't you think that they would want their music to survive? And
Mm,
eventually, those cassette tapes are not.
according to their lyrics, no.
Well, I guess it's all up to interpretation, but I figure, especially considering
No,
that,
no,
I mean, cassette
I
tapes
am most of
are,
the time into preservation and conservation. It like it varies by person to person though, because a lot of the songs on that are about being temporary things.
yeah,
So
I can see
I
that.
wouldn't want to besmirch that idea just for my own amusement. You know?
Yeah, I mean, if it were me, I would at least just make it a personal collection and not actually put it out there online.
Yeah, no. But
Just so that way, because eventually, like especially with cassette tapes, they're all magnet based.
yep.
You get a magnet wave strong enough, and that's it. That stuff's gone.
Oh yeah, yep.
So that's my only concern, because most of my cassette tapes are, and I'm not even kidding you, like back in the 80s, there was this little cassette player is disguised as a robot called Casey,
No,
and
I knew somebody who had one actually.
I had one. So you know two people now. Um I have a lot of old Casey tapes that I would go and put tape over the two holes so I could record over it, and replaced it all with video game music and TV show themes and like stuff that I wanted to listen to. And just like literally just
Well,
I have
that's the thing. The art of making a mixtape is dead. But I actually one of the things I got known for selling in high school because I made money by being a freak show and selling certain things because that's what I needed to do because my parents weren't gonna pay me anything. Um, is I would make CD mixes and they ended up really popular and I could never figure out why. Apparently, I know what order to put songs in.
hey, whatever floats people's boats, right?
Yeah,
So,
like, and I try and make my own music, and even I think it sounds so bizarre and avant-garde that nobody would want it to listen to it but me.
well, you never know. There are definitely people out there that, I mean, I especially in my case growing up, and most of the music I wanted to listen to was video game music. If you had told me,
Oh no,
especially,
I actually have a program for that, and I was yesterday's stream I was working on it using
I
it.
mean,
No,
but I mean,
no,
just,
I have a program for video game music that you can actually make video game music with.
oh no, I don't doubt that, but I mean, that's chiptune and stuff is very, very popular now.
Oh, I
But
know.
like,
I
but like, if you had told me as a wee little wolflet, like making my video game mixtapes out of my old KC tapes and shit, that, oh, hey, later on when you're an adult, that you're going to go to concerts where they just play video game music with an actual symphony and, actual guitars, and you're going to go to a couple of these. And, oh, hey, later on in life, guess what? They're going to use video games as part of the Olympics opening ceremonies. And I would have been like, shut the fuck up, you're on crack.
it's interesting to me because as much as I'm a music head, there's very few video game soundtracks that I actually care about.
Yeah.
But I think it's because I expect a very high level of musicianship sometimes, and sometimes like mid-level RPG music just doesn't cut it. I'm not going to remember it if the day before I was listening to Dillinger Escape Plan. I'm not gonna fucking remember. You know?
No, I hear you. I mean, they're
Like
they're
one of my favorites is the soundtrack to Lollipop Chainsaw because the guy from Mindless Self Indulgence did it.
mm,
You know?
I mean, it really just depends really for me like like there are games where like I've played or I've watched Zero play and I'm just like none of the music stands out to me.
Yep.
I wouldn't be able to tell you what that is from, but I don't recognize it. Even if I've heard it before or I've played this game before, I like especially like and it pains me a little bit to say this, but like even some of the later on X series games, like if you played some random song off of the X7 soundtrack, unless it was like one of the really like the opening stage or one of the really
I
like
remember original Mega Man 1 through 4 and 9s, and none of the X series jumped out in my brain.
I when it comes down to the classics, I've got most of them down. Like we actually had a game when I was a kid where my dad would try to hum a few bars of some random Mega Man stage song, and he was like, "Okay, what is it?" And I was like, "Heat Man," or "Gemini Man,"
Yep.
or it's like I know what song that is, and even now, like I can just like somebody's like Z's watching a YouTube video and they decide to use a Mega Man track, and I'm like, "Oh, why am I hearing this song?"
Yep. And also, item noises, I think, generally make a stronger impression.
Yeah,
You know.
like, and that's the thing. Like, classic did that for me. I've got almost all of the classic soundtrack pretty much memorized at this point. I think 10 gets a little foggy for me. I have not played 11 yet, so I don't know any of 11 soundtrack.
I will admit to this though. If a game had subtitles, when I was younger, like I'd say around 80% of the time, I would put on my own music while having the TV muted. And I lost a lot of games due to that because there were sound cues I probably missed.
Oh yeah, no,
But
I
god damn it,
totally.
I needed to listen to Cannibal Corpse.
I mean, I probably died in Mega Man Zero One a lot more than I probably should have for the same reasons, but because when I was playing that game, I was working as a relay operator for the deaf, and you could do whatever you wanted if you were not on a phone call. You just
Ah.
you just couldn't have the sound going because obviously you're doing phone calls and shit. So I went through the entirety of Metroid Zero Mission, Metroid, oh gosh, Fusion, Mega Man Zero One. I went through all of those without sound because I couldn't hear it. Like eventually, I got a little bit brave, and when earbuds started becoming a thing, I'm like, ooh, I can hide these under the headphones of my headset, and they won't be able to tell if I have my hood up. I can hear my music as long as I keep the volume low enough, and I can still hear the dumb people talking to me.
That makes sense. Oh, I was gonna ask, you watching any of the new He-Man?
I didn't. The He-Man's out.
Yep.
I have not yet.
Kevin
I
Smith
mean,
is doing it.
I haven't. I mean, to be fair, I know it's the same team that did Castlevania. I haven't gotten a chance to watch any of the Castlevania yet either. So, and with everything going on, I probably won't be able to renew
No,
my Netflix.
I'm not okay. When I talk, try and remember I'm never telling anyone to do anything immediately.
Oh no, I'm not. I want to watch Castlevania. I want to watch
It is fucking brilliant.
and I'm sure He-Man is also on Netflix.
Yep.
I want to be able to watch these things. It's just like right now, unfortunately,
Yep.
unless I find a way to like pirate them or torrent them or something, I'm not going to be able to because
yeah.
you know it's just especially like right now.
We
like,
do not
he is
condone
still,
piracy except in cases of when I condone.
well, not even that. It's just, not even that. It's just that Zero is still on the UI, and that is our only income. And unfortunately, part of my little nightmare today was my mom managed to get us scammed for $4,000 for a clunker.
For a new car, I take it.
Well, the old one died. So,
Yep.
and she's, I mean, granted, I understand. With me and Zero not having a car, it is a bit of an inconvenience to her to have to drive us around or let me borrow her car. But as she has said before, she is retired. She has nothing better to do. So, she has made it, if you need to borrow the car for something, just let me know and I'll see if I can make sure it's available. But then after this, like I made a GoFundMe last week to go and raise up money to try to get a new car because any car, the cheapest we can find anything that might be worthwhile driving is at least 5,000.
Wow.
Yeah, and we're talking 10-plus-year-old cars with over 100,000 miles,
Jesus.
and they want 4 and 5,000 for them. So Saturday last week, we went to go see one of them. It was the first car we even got a chance to go see because every time she was sending me emails with like between 2 to 7 cars in them. It's like, hey, here's one, here's one, here's one. And she's just constantly going on Craigslist or here or there just looking for cars because she's got it in her little pea-sized head that me and Zero have to have a new car within the next 2 weeks. Like, we haven't even been without a car.
That is some boomer thinking if I've ever heard it.
Well, she is a boomer, so.
Yeah, I know. But that's the thing. Like, the newer generation, we're not as hung up on always needing a vehicle.
I mean, and that's the thing. Like, I mean, because, like I told her, it's like we really should. Like, this is the first car we saw. Like, it's a minivan. It's a Nissan Quest. It's an '08, and we test drove it on Saturday, and it looks good. And I'm like, it's a very big car. When live events become a thing again, this would be an ideal convention car because we can pack up all the gear if we have a table, suitcases, coolers, the whole 9 yards.
No,
we're done.
Yeah.
I was thrilled with the size of it. I was like, I was saying that, the Impala was too small, for what we're looking to do because now
that makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, I was very thrilled, and the test drive was fine. She had no problems. I'm like, she doesn't seem like she has any issues. This looks like a good contender, but we should look around a little bit. And Zero's like, yeah, we should look around a little bit. My mom, on the other hand, she's like, yeah, I know, but every time we try to find a car and we try to call and see if it's still available, it's been bought. And maybe some things are meant to be for a reason. I mean, it's been here for a while. Somebody else might take it and grab it. And it was a dealership, like a small used car dealership. And it's just like, I don't see any problems. So effectively, she made the call that this was going to be the car. She goes and signs all this paperwork.
Oh, God.
We didn't even know she was doing this. And here's the thing. When the Impala got totaled, she was worth $3,000. So my insurance has a $1,000 deductible.
Okay.
So I got $2,000 of that back.
That's not that bad.
And I had given it to her to hold on to, and then found out later that apparently, I made the mistake of letting her hold on to the money for the car. Because back when I used to rescue, she used to be the person I would trust to hold the money for the rescue. Like if we have money for kittens that need to be fixed, she was up at 6 a.m. She could drop them off and pay. Not a big deal. Because the rescue would, the low-cost spay and neuter clinic would be like, you have to drop them off at like 5:30 in the fucking morning. Yep. So I used to trust her to do that. Like, I'm not expecting her to go off and take this. But she got it in her head that we needed to have a car as soon as possible. That we found out later today, she's like, oh, hey, you need to be up. Like, why do we need to be up? We're going to go pick up your car. What are you talking about? She had already gone and signed all the paperwork, got everything else that paid the scammer dealership in cash. In cash.
You never pay those people in cash.
Yeah.
One of my dad's best friends, one of the few that was too slimy even for him, was a used car salesman. So, those people are... Do you remember the movie Matilda?
Never saw it. Remember, I don't watch movies.
Well, I'm saying it because it was several years ago. There's a scene where she's getting taught on how to roll back the odometer.
Oh, God.
Also, Danny DeVito's in it. And Danny DeVito is awesome.
Yeah. But come to find out, yeah, so she paid $4,000 to these people in cash because she's like, well, I didn't want them to have a lien on it. Okay, but if something happened, you could have stopped payment on the check.
And
Because
if
as
there's a
soon as
lien on it, they at least have some culpability in this equation.
and the thing is, like, so we go to pick up the car, and it's like, oh, it's got an automatic starter. She had it started, a few minutes before we got there. The check engine light is on. It wasn't on when we test drove it. And we go and she's like, well, at least drive it off the lot. Go take it to like Midas or something and find out what's wrong with it. And that way she'll know what she needs to fix. It's misfiring. The check engine light is flashing. The engine is stuttering. We go back and all she does is clear the codes. Oh, it's running fine now. I don't think it's going to come back. It came back by the end of the night.
Oh,
And
God.
it's just like, I'm looking through the paperwork, which, even worse, my mom signed it in my name because it's going to be my car.
So,
And my
unless you want to go to people's court and say she forged it,
which, yeah,
I have a feeling suing your mother isn't on the table right now.
it's just, and like, yeah, so we literally drive this thing all throughout the day. It's misfiring again. It starts trying to misfire as soon as we try to push it up to like 40 miles an hour. So, and then there's other codes that are going off. Like the brake lights come on like a Christmas tree, whatever the fuck it wants to. The radio's already died and then come back from the dead at least once. And I'm just like, so it's got at least a major electronical issue, and the engine has a major issue. And you paid them in cash. Like, that was my $2K that I got back from the Impala being totaled, and then she hasn't told me who. She refuses to tell me who. Some family member, my grandmother or my uncle, whoever, gave her $2,000 to help put towards getting us a new car because it's not our fault the Impala got totaled because of some dumb mid-20-year-old that was probably drunk off her ass. And I'm just sitting here like, great. So now I have a car in my driveway that's not even worth driving because it's a danger. I am livid. And my mom's like, I'm so torn up and upset about all this. Like, you still have a functional car.
There is.
You took $4,000 and bought this jalopy.
Yeah, I mean, lemons are the worst.
And on top of that, the lemon laws here in New York State, if the car is under 1,000 miles, the lemon laws will apply. This car is 188,000 miles. Yep. And there is no 3-day cool-off rule for cars. It's just like, we have to hope to God that this scammer dealership will live up to her word and take the car back.
That ain't happened.
Yeah. Like, and I'm just like, on Friday, I had to go to a doctor because of the car accident and follow up. And
this is
my
making me just grateful in a way that I grew up with scammers and con artists for like my parents and their parents' friends, because I never bought anything like that because I knew what was a scam when the first immediate time I ever saw it.
Yeah. It's just, and that's the problem. My mom grew up in a rich upper middle class white family.
So she doesn't realize that the goal is to sell you this. The goal isn't to give you a car. The goal is to get your money.
Yep.
Like that's something I think I try and tell people is, people are like, oh, the goal of this is to do the thing. It's like, no, the goal is to get the money most of the time.
Well, here's the thing too, is like, we test drove it on Saturday. This is the day after I had a doctor's appointment. And my doctor's appointment, my blood pressure. I'm already in early stage 2 hypertension. I was so riled up and literally had a panic attack because the last time I went to a doctor, towards the beginning of the pandemic, because we went to a restaurant that ended up having a hepatitis A exposure. We had to go get hepatitis A boosters. And I, got weighed and everything, and I had gained weight because I went on birth control.
Okay.
Like about 9 months before, I was like 262, and I was at like 298. So I wasn't thrilled being that close to 300 again, but I was just like, I
Whatever.
know this is part of the birth control. I know this is part of the birth control. There's not much I can do about it. And the doctor, of course, was, oh, it's just no carbs and exercise. And I'm just like, okay, I gave you fuckers access to all of my medical records. I'm pretty sure I signed that paperwork. You should have access to my Planned Parenthood stuff from back just before I started my Depo-Provera shot. Why don't you go take a look and see how much I weighed right before I started that shot? So he goes and looks at it, 262. I'm like, yeah, it's been maybe 9 months. It's called I went on birth control, fucker. I'm here for a shot. Can you just shut up and give me the damn shot?
Yeah.
It's like, I'm here for a hepatitis A booster. Like, because I got exposed going to a restaurant. Like, can you just freaking give me my fucking shot instead of bitching at me about my weight? I'm not thrilled about being that close to 300 either. But can you just shut up and give me my shot? That's what I'm here for. I just want the shot. I'm not here to get lectured about no carbs and shit. I'm a gastric bypass patient. That should be in my records too.
Yep.
Like, I was nearly 400 before that, okay? So even if I'm only at 300, which the ambulance paperwork said I was 300 on the nose now, so I've gained a whole 2 pounds over the last year. So, you know what? Hey, I'm not 350. I'm not just as heavy as I was before the surgery, so whatever. I'm just, I literally had a panicked attack the night before the appointment. And when I finally get to the doctor, because I'm already anticipating that this guy's going to be a complete dickbag to me, my blood pressure was at 160 over 104.
That's danger territory.
That is.
I know.
Bad.
I know. And they didn't give me anything for it. Normally, I'm only 140 over 70, 80. Still stage 2. I should still be on meds for it, but I'm not insured right now. So there's not much I can really do until Zero gets a job and gets insurance.
Joy insurance.
Yeah.
There's I have a probably unhealthy hatred of insurance companies.
I'm right there with you.
Like, I'm like, I've walked past them and gone, I don't own a Molotov cocktail, but I wish I did. Like that. When I said unhealthy, I mean unhealthy.
Oh no, there have been many little dangers that popped in my head. Like, I want to take an aluminum baseball bat and go bash some common sense into some of these fuckers.
Oh no, I don't even care about doing that. It just needs to be gone.
Oh no, I want to take them. I want to be slow and methodical with my retribution of common sense. But yeah, I just.
Well, what happened is they extended my hand thing for 3 years. It took them to litigate, and I wasn't the one litigating. It was their one insurance company, my insurance company, against the school's insurance company.
God.
And I have to listen and be stuck in the middle of all this shit. And then rumors went around, oh, I was suing the school, and I'm like, and trust me, that didn't help.
I'm sure. That's just, like, we have a lawyer that we're talking to about this accident, because it's like, you ruined our car, we both have injuries, and our dog's dead. No. there's definitely something going on here.
That's you should be getting a decent payout from that. I mean, you're gonna have to litigate your ass off, don't get me wrong.
Oh, I'm sure, but I'm just like, after this whole nonsense with this jalopy car, like, and that's the thing that just kills me, because it's like she was like, oh, I'm so torn up and upset about all this. Like, you're not the one with a jalopy in the driveway. You still have a functioning car.
Well,
like, I even told her, it's like, I would have canceled my car insurance policy, returned my plates, and given you that money every month if it meant that we just would have access to your car when we needed it.
Yep.
and or you could have had that money and just let us drive the car, because it's not my fault that I got into an accident. I got rear-ended. It's not my fault. But if it meant that we would have, but that's the thing. My mom is a control freak, absolute control freak. And like, for example, the day before the accident, I had called her and been like, okay, I got 2 sales from the Etsy that I got to mail. I've also got to pick up some food because I had tried to do an Instacart order to deliver to the house because we don't have a car right now.
Yep.
And it costed a whole extra $20 just to have food delivered.
Well,
and
that
then
sucks.
they deliver the entire different order. Stuff we didn't even order. We got protein, probiotic drinks. We got 2 cases of Coke Classic and bug spray and fly traps. And I'm just like, this is not the 3 packages of chicken and maraschino cherries and a basil plant that I requested. This is not what I called for.
And
like,
they don't give a fuck.
Well, I mean, I reported the order as incorrect. They refunded the order, but then I was still stuck eating the $17. And then I got a hold of like a chat rep, and
Yep.
he was like, "Okay, I see the food's been refunded, but the $17. Okay, I'm gonna refund the $17 for the service fee." And I'm like, "Okay, so what do we do with the stuff that's somebody else's stuff?" And he's like, "Enjoy your fresh food." I was like, "Okay." And Zero was absolutely thrilled because 2 cases of Coke and he was out of soda as it was. So he was absolutely thrilled with that one. So,
I don't.
but I mean, it wasn't the food I was expecting, so I had to order out because, like, okay, we have no meat in the house. That was part of like, okay, they're gonna deliver it by 9. We'll have chicken. We can cook dinner. No, I got stuck having to order Grubhub, which, like, my mom's like, well, where's all your money going? Hi, we're hurt. We
Yep.
can't cook.
Yep.
We can't do anything. My right arm can't do shit, and that's my dominant hand. Guess who isn't able to wash the dishes? And guess whose sink looks like Mount Kilimanjaro right now?
Yep.
Like, I can't do anything because I'm hurt, Mom. It's just like, well, you shouldn't be ordering out. It's like, are you going to come over and cook dinner every night for me? No, I don't think so. Shut up.
I don't know what it is about boomers and their expectation that everybody can do everything no matter the circumstances at any time. Because that's a pervasive attitude. It's not just what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, and that's not even the half of it, right? So on top of that, I set up another Instacart order for the very next day as a pickup, so that way I don't have to worry about somebody else fucking it up, giving us the wrong food. It's like, all right, it's too late to have it delivered again tonight, so I'm just going to set it up for pickup tomorrow. I literally get on the horn with her. Zero was sitting right here next to me, and I'm like, okay, I know you said, because she had mentioned that she's going to be busy that day with my sister, because my mom bought her a house. This kid's been through 2 divorces, and every time my mom has helped her husband and her, or just her husband, buy a house. And then my sister gets stupid, divorces them, and then my sister's homeless. So my mom was like, I'm just going to buy a house. It's mine. She can live in it and pay me the rent. And that way, if she decides to leave or move out of the area, I could just resell the house or rent it out or what have you.
I can't think of anybody in my or your exact generation that could even conceive of these solutions.
Yeah, but I mean, long story short,
that's insane.
She bought my sister a house, but my sister's been having so many problems with this house lately. Like, I guess she had water coming down the walls, and come to find out, there is a whole section of her roof where there's no roof. There's just a hole into her house. So my mom's like, I'm going to be over her house getting some tarp and stuff covering that hole until we can get somebody over to fix it. And I'm like, okay, what time do you think you're going to be done? And she's like, oh, okay, like 3, 4, probably around there. I'm like, so I call her later on, like 10 o'clock at night, and I'm like, I know you said you're going to be at Sam's house. You're going to be helping her out with the roof. and you said you'd be done about 3 or 4. Can I ask you to take us to the post office and then to Wegmans and pick up this grocery order later on? Like, that way you have time to get home, you have time to relax for a little bit, eat your dinner, because she tends to eat dinner around 5, and then you pick us up around 6:15, 6:30, because the post office we use closes at 7 o'clock in the evening on a weekday.
Okay.
And part of the packages that I had to mail off was my friend in Saudi Arabia ordered some stuff off my Etsy. And I have tried to get this package to him. This is the 3rd time it's been sent to Saudi Arabia now.
Yeah, I can.
And I'm hoping to God it actually gets to him this time.
And I'm sure I'm sure the pandemic restrictions aren't helping.
Well, no, it gets to Saudi Arabia and it gets to whatever post office, but that's the thing. They don't actually deliver it to his house. I guess he has to know it's there, has the customs number, and goes and picks it up. They don't actually take it to his house. He has to know it's there and goes and picks it up.
What is this Pony Express bullshit?
I don't know. I guess that's just how they do it over there. But yeah, like, I actually have to get the tracking number out of my bag later for him, because he's like, well, if I have the tracking number, I can find out what post office it's going to go to. I know. I'll get it. I'm sorry. I don't have it in my email, but I have the paper. just chill, Jack. I'll get it to you. but it's just, that was one of the things I had to do. And because it's going to another country, I have to fill a custom form. I need an actual clerk. I can't just use the little 24/7 kiosk that we tend to use. So we get the package off to him, renew our post office box while we're there, and then, that was the plan. And then we were going to go to Wegmans and go pick up our grocery order. So the day comes, 1 o'clock. My mom is starting to okay, I'm done with Sam. I'm done. Let's go. Let's go do your stuff. Like, I was not ready to leave any time before 6 o'clock at the earliest. I told you this. And then she's like, no, you didn't. You misunderstood me. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, first of all, 1, 0 was right here. 2, they haven't even started shopping the order at Wegmans yet, because they don't shop until it's about to be ready to be picked up. Especially when it's meat, because they have to keep that shit cold. So they haven't even started to shop, and that's why I called you, because I wanted to know what time I should put down for pickup, which is why I selected 8 to 9. But we were on the phone discussing this. It just, that's part of why we got stuck with this car, because we are too much of a hassle for her to deal with. Like, the idea of her having to be responsible to help get Zero to job interviews, the idea of her having to help get me to the post office when I get sales, the whole 9 yards. Who wants nothing to do with it?
The sad part of all of this is you are basically just reliving your 20s.
Not even my 20s. I'm just reliving my freaking teen and 20s.
That's what I mean. But it's like, people expect that to, like when I talk to older people, they somehow expect, apparently, in life, you used to go up in class over time. That's not a thing anymore, is it? Like, security's not a real thing. You don't have any security just because because you're older. It's the same shit you had to deal with in your teens and 20s and 30s all over again.
You can have a really good stretch of time. Like, hell, like, the pandemic was actually really good for us. Like, we were able to get a lot of stuff that we were been planning on. Oh, when we get our tax return, maybe we'll be able to get this part done or that part done. Like, we got 3 stimuluses. Like, okay, we got the big smart TV in here. We got the cubby hole with all our systems in here. We got everything all nice and set up. Our tax return came in and we got a PS5. Yeah. So,
Hey, you're one of the few people that got a PS5.
He's playing it right now. He's playing Final Fantasy 14 on it. So.
That seems like a waste of horsepower. I'm just saying, comparatively, it requires much less.
A trial version.
You were saying it's a waste of horsepower for the PS5 and what it can do. We got a bundle. We got the PS5 physical edition, so this one can read discs.
Yep.
and it came with a $40 GameStop card because we got it through GameStop. We got a second controller for it, and then we got 3 games. Some destruction thing,
Destruction All Stars,
Destruction,
and
then Spider-Man Miles Morales. So we got 3 games for it. He's ready, pretty much absolutely obliterated freaking Ratchet and Clank and Spider-Man. The other one hasn't even gone into them. Like, he used the $40 gift card and some other card he had, because that's the thing.
I used the $40 gift card, and then I used points.
Yes, he used points, and he bought Demon's Souls Remake. But here's the funniest thing about it. The day before we bought the PS5, we went out to my birthplace, my city, my hometown, to visit my dad's grave, because we do that every Father's Day-ish time, because he died right before Father's Day the year he died. So it's just a tradition. We go out to Rome, we visit my dad's grave, we go to this pizza place that makes really good subs that was right near my dad's job that I remember a lot from a kid that Zero fell in love with. And then we also go and get ice cream from this ice cream joint that's right there in the town, and we get ice cream, we get subs, we enjoy stuff, and we go home.
I am a little surprised that you visit his grave, but
It's hard to explain, but it's like I understand that my dad was sick in the head, and that he did not choose the things that he had to deal with, and he also did have a very shitty childhood, and I understand where a lot of the issue, like, I do not by any means excuse what he did onto me and my sister, because he still fucked us up.
yeah,
And those are scars that me and her are both going to be living with for the rest of our lives.
absolutely.
But he understood he fucked up, and he did show absolute remorse many times.
So I'm just saying it's a very confusing situation.
I mean, I think
can't
it's
even
also,
imagine how you would balance this out in your mind.
there are days where I absolutely miss him, and then there are days where I'm just like, I'm glad you're gone. It's really hard. It just really depends on, am I dealing with a lot of the trauma of waking up in the middle of the night being groped, or am I missing him because he would have really loved to play Mega Man 9 and 10? Like there were good memories of him, and then there were really bad memories of him.
Wow.
So, I mean,
Like, honestly, it just kind of makes me grateful I don't have any, like, good memories of my dad.
yeah, it's like, that's, like, he was definitely very much so, hey, honey, can you hand me the charger cord? Because I'm at, like, 4%. It's, oh, great. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Also, hey, Trill, how you doing?
Oh. I'm sorry. I tend to talk a lot, so if I disturb anybody, I'm sorry.
No. I was talking to somebody in the chat.
Oh, no, I know, but it's just like, I was...
No, if I wanted you to be quiet, I'd tell you.
Well, I'm just saying, like, yesterday I was in another Discord call with, like, my friend in Saudi Arabia and a couple of people in this Mega Man thing, and I was explaining some of the shit my mom had did to, like, I think I mentioned to you, or no, I didn't mention to you, but I mentioned to, like, another friend just recently, like, with the rabbits, like I was saying, we lost the 2 baby bunnies, like, within a week and a half after the car accident. Like, we lost the dog, and then we lost both the baby bunnies. But the thing is that, like I was trying to get to before we got off track there, I had a bunny growing up as a kid. I was, like, maybe around 8 or 9, and I didn't get diagnosed with ADD until I was, like, 12. So I had undiagnosed ADD on top of it. And as you've already mentioned, which is very common with boomers, my mom expected me to figure out how to clean this rabbit's cage by myself.
Yep.
She might have shown me maybe once, but of course with ADD and, nobody watching me and making sure I got it down, like, with repetition I probably would have had it, but
Yeah.
just show me one time, and then especially on top of that, she didn't allow us to take the bunny out. She didn't allow us to pet it. Like, I was told that bunnies are not a pet you pet, they are a pet you look at like a fish. So, long story short, I wasn't able to keep the cage up. So the rabbit was constantly,
Isn't there
sitting on
rabbits that literally die of loneliness?
they are extremely social.
No,
Yes.
I think there is an actual like thing for that. What the fuck?
Yeah, rabbits do die of loneliness.
Yeah,
And
like
that's
that's insane.
and she wouldn't let us try to handle her or anything. And of course, we were also younger because I'm the oldest of two. So I was 8, 9. My sister was like 4, 5. So she was all over the place. And so you got two younger kids with a prey animal. So the bunny wanted, especially, nothing to do with my sister. And I was not a quiet child at all because of my undiagnosed ADD. So I was just excited and screaming, and I didn't know the bunny needed quiet and calm. So she wasn't happy to see us half the time, and we weren't allowed to hold her or taught how to pet her or anything because my mom didn't want her getting out. She didn't want her out at all. So she was literally just stuck in this cage by herself, left to her own devices, and on a wire grid, and her droppings would go into this tray on shavings underneath her, and then I couldn't figure out how to clean that shit to save my life anyway. So my mom got so sick of the smell of ammonia and bunny poop that she eventually moved the bunny out to the garage. And within like a month, the bunny got killed by a dog or cat or something.
That's totally gonna happen.
Yeah. So even though she was in her cage, I was just told that she was ripped apart and bloody. And that was the first of two animals that I had that I really wanted as a kid that my mom effectively caused to die. There were countless other cats and shit too.
Jesus.
But like, she just did. My mom is somebody who probably shouldn't have had kids. And
oh no, I have said that to people like my own mother. You probably would have had a better life if you stayed single and not had children.
yeah. Like when we went back to this,
like I have no urge to ever have children, so
I mean, honestly, when we went back to this scammer dealership today to see, because all she did when we brought up, hey, the check engine light's on, it's stuttering and it's flashing, that's usually not a good thing. She says, oh, it's misfiring. Okay, bring it back and I'll see what I can do. All she did was erase the code, but she's talking to my mom and because this is the first time she's met me.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, oh, so just two of them, and you guys don't have kids because Zero's with me. She's like, oh, you guys are married. Oh, no kids? Like, we don't want kids. And she's like, looks at my mom and is like, well, that means you don't get to have grandchildren. I'm just like, she complains about watching my dog.
Yeah.
If she doesn't want to watch the dog, she's not going to get a kid.
Also, if you have kids or not, it's none of their fucking business.
Exactly. But I mean, like I said, there were countless cats that, she just picked out. Like, we had one cat that went missing on us for a while.
Yep.
My dad went to the pound to see if he could find him, just in case he had gotten picked up and turned in. He ended up bringing home a puppy. That ended up being my childhood dog, and I had to fight several times to keep her. She actually got sent back to the pound just because she barked after me taking her out because she didn't want to be left alone again.
Yeah, obviously.
So I had to go to school, so she started barking and woke my dad up, and my dad, in a fit of drunken rage, took the dog to the pound. And they lied to us and told us that she got hit by a car and died. She did not get hit by a car and died. Somehow we magically figured it out.
I think there's a psychological component to how much you love taking care of animals. That's for sure.
Yeah.
It's interesting to me that you think I want you to stop or that you talk too much. I literally told you my reason for wanting to do stuff like this.
I know, but like I was saying, like yesterday, I was telling some of these stories about how my mom had helped kill pets that I had as a kid. And one of the people was like, I can't listen to these stories anymore. I'm going to bounce out. And I'm just like, I'm sorry if I upset you. I'm not trying to.
No, well, here's the thing. I want to know how people's realities are.
True.
if I never hear how somebody else lives, what's the fucking point?
Right? But yeah, so like countless cats.
Otherwise, I'm just locked in here, just knowing my own shit, and that's it.
Yeah. No, I hear you, but yeah.
I live in a
mean,
one-room apartment in a public housing. Like,
nope, I get.
like if there's nobody around, like I mean, there's and it's like they're like, oh, make friends with your neighbors.
My neighbors suck.
Well,
No, I get it.
actually, no. There are some that do. The ones that don't suck don't either don't speak English or are geriatric.
Mm.
And
See,
well, it's nice.
I
Well, it's nice to actually, sometimes go to a place where people don't speak English. I actually find it a very amazing, interesting experience to go to this pool hall down the road where everybody speaks. I don't know the actual language, but it's Thai, whatever it is, and it's a very interesting experience to sit there and not actually understand what's being said. It's very liberating.
it might. Well, you said Thai, so I was thinking like maybe tag along, but I think that's Philippines.
Yeah, That's why I was like, I don't know. I wasn't sure, but I find it very liberating for that. And there is one person who is learning English that I love to talk to here from Egypt.
Yeah. Like
but-
my friend in Saudi Arabia, he speaks really good English. Like there's sometimes where he's like, "Oh crap, I don't know the word I want to say in English," and I'm like, Google translates there, buddy. Just type it in Arabic and figure out what it is in English."
Oh no, she moved here. She didn't speak any,
Gotcha.
so she's like not even near any level yet. But she's like one of the nicest ladies in the building. Like,
Yeah, yeah. It's always, and that's almost always how it is. It's almost always like the people that are like they don't speak very much, but you know they're nice and they're good-hearted people. Like I live in a house in a suburban neighborhood in a pretty big city. My next door neighbor before the one I have now, he was an extremely angry man. It was the average cookie cutter upper white class, you know what I mean, upper middle class white family. So dad, mom, kid, and the kid actually got bit by one of my rescue dogs back in the day because he kept sneaking into my yard and tugging on Towboy's ears, because Towboy, being either a German Shepherd or a Coy dog or whatever, he had satellite ears. His ears were huge, and this kid would apparently come into my yard and tug on the ears. The only reason I found that out was because I had a friend and her kid get evicted. And I was like, well, I just bought a house that's got 3 bedrooms, and I'm only going to be using one, so you and the kid can hole up in a room. So said friend took that excuse of, oh, you're going to be a babysitter for my kid. I'm going to go shack up in a hotel room with my boyfriend that I have at the time. So she abandoned the kid on me for like a month. But either way, it wasn't until the kid told me that he had seen the son of the guy coming into our yard all the time and messing with the dogs. And I had 3 dogs at that time. I had Axel, I had Towboy, the one that just died on me, and then I had another dog, which was a Great Pyrenees mix that was owned by the same family that Towboy came from, just at a different location, called Dirge. And I named it after one of the Colossi from Shadow of the Colossus.
Can I say that naming your dog Dirge probably not a good idea?
Yeah, I found that out the hard way because he's the one that bit the kid.
Well, I mean, a dirge is a song for a funeral.
Well, I named it because it's the name of one of the Colossus from Shadow
I know
of
it
the Colossus.
is, but you really need to check first. Like, a funeral dirge is a thing.
I know. I did not realize that until you just mentioned it, but still. I was like, okay, he's probably the biggest dog I've ever dealt with in my entire life. He's a Colossus. Okay, perfect. Shadow the Colossus. What's a good name for a dog out of these? Okay, I'm not naming it Phalanx or whatever. I'm not naming it this. Dirge. That's a good name. That's a great name. Okay, we're going to stick with Dirge. All right. And that was his
I
name.
mean, that's literally what Dirge of Cerberus. Like, that's the point of the title.
Either.
Like,
I am
sorry, I
stupid.
had to relate it back to video games so you would understand exactly the gravity I'm talking about here.
See, if you were talking to my sister, she's the big Final Fantasy nut. She would probably appreciate that. I'm just like, Dirge of Cerberus is a game that Sam had that I copied way back in the day. That if my PS2's
Because
disk
it
drive was
literally
working,
that
I could
literally translates to a death of a dog.
Oh my god!
Because Dirge of Cerberus, the death song of
oh
a
my
dog.
God. I need to be more careful with my names.
Yes,
And
you do. Holy shit!
Okay. I had a baby Robin in Richmond before I moved back to New York that I named Eris, and she died like literally the day before I came back to New York, and I didn't even I didn't even plan on keeping her. I was literally walking home from the bus stop from visiting my boyfriend / ex-boyfriend / whatever the fuck he was to me at that time, because it was a very messed up situation, and I was probably being taken advantage of because I was young and stupid, but whatever. But I was literally on the way home, and I walked. There's tons of trees where I was in Richmond. It was a very like the fan is kind of like the student slum area, and it's just tons of trees everywhere. So I'm walking along, obviously I'm walking under trees that are along the sidewalk.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, something lands on my head of significant weight. And these two whitish crested birds are attacking my head, and I could not figure out why.
I am actually afraid of death of birds, so.
Well, I covered my head and ran like the Dickens. And I get away to where these birds are leaving me the fuck alone. And this thing is still on my head. And I'm just like, what is on my head? And I'm like, oh my god, I hope it's not an egg that broke. Apparently, whatever this breed of bird is, and I would not be able to tell you what it was, because I only saw it that one time. Apparently, that bird is very known for taking over other birds' nests.
Cuckoo.
Maybe, I don't know, it was white.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about. No, cuckoos are very known for that and murdering birds.
That's apparently what they were doing. They were kicking this poor baby robin out of its nest, and it just so happened to land on my head. And all of a sudden, I'm like taking my hands away, and I'm like feeling around my head, and then I hear beep, beep, and I'm like, oh god, whatever it is, it's alive. And it's like I have one grainy ass photo from whatever webcam I had back in 2001.
Whatever potato you owned.
Exactly, whatever potato I owned. Of this one bird with like the little bits of down feathers that she had. She got to the point where she was starting to fly. She was starting to figure out how to bathe herself. I was feeding her with puppy chow that I had found in the trash can, and I figured this is soft food. It's meant for puppies. It's probably perfect. And actually, come to find out later, that was actually exactly what I was supposed to do. Kitten food or puppy chow or anything like that. It's meant for babies. Like, full of protein. Perfect for baby birds. So...
I know you're not watching on the cam, but I have been face palming for a very long time.
I'm not sure what you mean by palming.
Face palm, you know?
Oh, okay.
Where I'm just like,
all right.
This story is just like, I love stories like this because they're just a winding rabbit hole of just.
Oh, if you let me talk, you will get lots of rabbit holes on my side.
Well, one of my favorite podcasts is called Behind the Bastards, and every single episode, basically, everything gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse until you're so, like, the guests on the show have been like, I have literally had to sit in a they called it they had to take a rape shower afterwards. Was what
Oh
they
God.
called it. Because you learn so much of the about the bastards of history and how bad it really is.
Ah.
Which so it's like I just find it interesting that you're like, oh, nobody would want to hear that. I'm like, I listen to that for fun.
Well,
I dark and interesting things is what keeps me engaged in the world.
well, I mean, if you ever come across a baby bird, give it puppy chow. There you go. But
Well,
I mean,
well,
that's the thing. Like,
I wouldn't because I am literally afraid of it. That thing would have been dead and thrown into a garbage can faster than you can imagine.
true. True.
The only interesting thing that I found in my hair one time was a walking stick.
I have never seen one of those alive. I have seen pictures of them.
Really?
I have seen.
We had a bunch of them.
Oh no, they're not very common up here, and especially like, I unfortunately am very prone to. I mean, I haven't had an infection in probably a decade or more now, but I am prone to cellulitis infections,
Oh.
which especially happen to me with bug bites.
Yeah, no, cellulitis
So-
is no joke.
Oh, I've had it like 3 or 4 times within a 2 to 3 year period, and it was just horrible. Absolutely horrible.
They thought I had some sort of skin infection, but it actually turns out I am allergic to nickel. So.
See, the first time I ever got it was because I had a bug bite, and then it was the first night I had moved into. I think I had to move back into my mom's house for a little while, and I had my cat, and I had passed out because this was before I had got diagnosed with sleep apnea. So I'd passed out from exhaustion because that's just what sleep apnea does to you sometimes.
Yep, I'm aware.
And
I've had testing for it.
I had not gotten a chance to set up his litter box yet, so he pissed on me. So of course, that gets into this bug bite, and I get my first cellulitis infection. I still have a spot on my leg from where that was. That just it's almost like psoriasis, but it's not. And it just occasionally it scabs over and then it goes away, and it still look a scar there, but it never completely goes away. And Zero yells at me because, of course, with my ADD means I pick at myself constantly too.
No, I see, and I had that, except that it turned out it was my belt buckle, and I just had no idea.
My sister's allergic to nickel too, I think, so I understand. She's got the same problem.
Which sucks because I have a really awesome Iron Maiden belt buckle.
Have you considered seeing if like electroplating can maybe cover up whatever if it's made out of nickel? That way you can.
No, it's no, that I'm not really gonna try that. I like surgical steel is fine, like because I have a lip piercing, that's fine.
Right.
And my ears are pierced as well. I'm thinking I'm looking to get an eyebrow piercing at some point.
Hey Zikun, can you toss me a meal? Thanks, sweetie. But yeah,
it's nice to talk to somebody with stuff like this, and it's not a one-upsmanship contest feeling. I gotta say, because it's just like everybody has shit things. I was telling Mac earlier about how the other day I literally fell into the toilet.
You cut out again.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
I was saying about the ones up. That's nice not to have any like ones-upmanship to these conversations.
No, you're fine.
Or
it.
one downsmanship. I guess.
No, Mac sometimes just doesn't.
Yeah.
Sometimes he just needs to take a seat.
Yeah. I don't care about the sports. Please stop asking.
Oh.
Yeah.
To each their own, but no, I'm in the same boat. I could care less about.
Well, there are actual sports I do care about, but I don't care about them enough to yell at people.
Same. Like before all this bullshit with the Olympics this year, I'm usually like, oh my god, the Olympics are my absolute favorite freaking thing. And when they announced like at the closing ceremonies of Rio, and the Prime Minister of Japan comes out of a fucking Mario pipe with a Mario hat on, I was like, "Oh, are you kidding me? Are we doing this? I am down."
Like,
I was
like
ecstatic.
the only thing I think I've been talking to people more about is I started watching pro wrestling for the first time.
I used to watch that with some friends of mine that happened to be boys that were the kids of my mom's best friend at the time.
Yep.
And like but after I stopped hanging out with them a lot, I didn't really go back or watch any of it. But like I was watching like I remember one of the big things was that WrestleMania where Shawn Michaels was the first one in the ring and then the last one out of the ring.
Okay. See, like I watch specifically AEW because it's a new company.
Right.
Because WWE sucks with how they treat their employees. And I got
one already is a scumbag. So.
Oh yeah. But one of the things that one of the stars right now that really interests me is Darby Allin. He skateboards to the ring, and his weapon of choice is he has tacks glued to the bottom of his skateboard. And he's also one of the most insanely athletic people I've ever seen. Not to mention, I was listening to Steve-O's podcast. He has a podcast. I don't know if you knew. And he was talking to Chris Jericho, and he said they wanted to put a dummy in the bag for this scene where they were going to drag him in a body bag, but he refused and said it wouldn't be authentic enough. Put me in the body bag and drag me with this truck. It's not even a see-through body bag. It's a real body bag. Nobody would know. It turns out Steve-O skates with him all the time, and I'm like, these two look like they hang out.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. Is that? I mean, you obviously probably know this more than I would, but there was like some wrestler that made a big hit because he came out dressed as Sans one time. Is that the same league?
No, that is WWE. There's actually a wrestler who has his own video game YouTube channel called Up Down, Down Down. That's Xavier Woods.
Okay.
They came out dressed as DBZ characters once, out of a giant cereal box.
Oh my lord.
Of Bootios.
Oh my gosh.
So they are the guys that understand pop culture. They are probably the most.
I know a lot of my male friends are all into wrestling, like
Yep.
306.
See, and for me, this is very recent because I started paying attention, and I like the idea of playing with reality. Because if you go back to ECW and stuff like that, like the really out there stuff, there are people that are like you. They make the storyline so close to real that you can't actually tell. It's not just always this cartoonish shit. You can't actually tell if what they're saying is true or false.
Yeah.
Like there was a guy called Raven who he sounded like he was in the deepest, darkest throes of a depression you'd ever seen in your life. And you could never tell whether he was actually feeling that way or if it was part of his character.
Yeah. Yeah.
He actually used to sit down in the ring and just stretch his arms out and just wait.
Yeah. Like I said, I was watching along the time of that WrestleMania, and God, I forget the name. Oh, Diesel. Diesel was the other guy that Shawn Michaels was partnered with. I remember that. I remember Mankind. I remember Goldust. I remember a few of those.
No, Diesel went to WCW. That's Kevin Nash.
Okay. I know Shawn Michaels retired.
Yep.
I know he retired.
So did Nash.
Yeah, God, Nash. I don't even know who the hell that was. I probably never really.
Well, he was Diesel.
Oh shit. Okay, never mind.
He
I just know the Diesel.
he actually entered the Royal Rumble as Diesel as a joke once, and he made when he went to a company called TNA, he literally made a fake chart trying to claim that he was the most successful champion ever. He loves taking the piss out of how bad he was in WWE. So I can appreciate a guy that admits he was garbage at something, you know.
No, I understand. Yeah.
But but it turns out though when he went to WCW and they actually let him be who he was, he's actually a really entertaining, and he's like not the best technical wrestler, but he can promo like no one's business, He's actually really good at it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing, like it's just I remember some of it back from when I was buddies with them and watching it on a regular basis, but it just
you would probably enjoy the show OSW Reviews. It's 3 Irish guys commenting over old wrestling.
Oh my lord.
And it's a video podcast, and they edit in video game references.
Oh my god.
And I'm just saying, like, does that not sound like something you would love to just check out?
I am Irish in descent, okay?
Like they had a point where they reviewed the first ever Raw, and they did not like the comedian that they picked, and they're like, "Who the fuck is this cunt?" Like, they do not cut out their swearing whatsoever. So if you're sensitive to the C word, you will die.
That's the only way to do it. No, I'm serious. Like, I was on that Discord call in the X9 server, and we were talking about shit. And my friend abandoned her kid in my house for a month and a half. I literally, okay, I'm sorry, but she was a dumb hoe. She was a dumb whore. Yeah. And I do not use that word lightly. I do not normally just go and call any girl.
Yeah, absolutely. I get what you're saying.
But when you abandon your child with somebody who, as a friend, out of the goodness of their heart, took you and your kid in, and then you go shack up in a hotel for some guy that you know from barely a hole in the ground, then no, you being a dumb bitch. You don't abandon your kid. The only reason why she even took the kid back, because it was literally 2 weeks from school start. The kid's living with me. And I'm just like, okay, so if he's going to be here, I at least need some money to buy him school clothes, because he doesn't have anything for school. I need to be able to go get him a backpack, and I don't have that kind of money because all of my money is bills. And, I need to know where you are, or if you're going to...
No, I understand that, and you also don't want to be, sex negative with the way you talk, either. I get that. Because it's like a friend of mine... my cousin had a friend who was a prostitute. And she did that to make money for her kid. My cousin went all Mormon and then chastised her and shit, and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay,
this person needs to,
I used to work for a porn site. Real talk. And, I mean, I didn't do that myself. Although, however, my boyfriend / ex-fiance at the time, that was something that he enjoyed doing, was taking pictures. That was our little thing. And I'm about 99.9% sure that he probably set up a profile for me without me knowing, and getting money out of the pictures he was taking of me. So I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, no, it's funny you mention that, because both Trink and Trill have admitted to similar things, and they are the people that have chatted at me.
Yeah, I mean, my thing I was doing was because the site I was working for was my big job was to oversee the pictures, make sure that there was no copyright infringement,
Right, right.
because like one of this like the like for example, like one of the pictures I took with my ex-fiance at the time was me in a pretty little lingerie outfit holding
Yep.
my PSP, and I was clearly playing Maverick Hunter X, but that would not be a picture that they would be able to use, because
Absolutely
like
not.
that is extremely no, that Capcom will sue our asses off. So we had to make sure that like they weren't wearing like a Buffalo Bill shirt or whatever. Like one person was getting really pissed off that because she had.
Can I just say, always
Yep.
remember to say the Buffalo Bills and not just say Buffalo Bill shirt, because that means something different.
No, but no, this one girl, and she was in England. One of the models was really pissed off because she was like, I want to be able to wear my Worthington Rugby shirt. Like, okay, but Worthington Rugby doesn't want to be associated with a porn star. It's like, think of it that way.
It's
Do you wanna get
interesting how the attitudes on that have changed so much too, where they don't act like it's not like I would not be surprised. Like Ryan Reynolds does some really weird like ads. I don't know if you've noticed, but I would not be surprised to see him advertise a porn site one day or something.
I wouldn't be either, and it's just.
I'm just glad the stigma of all that shit is dying out.
Oh no, I brought it up like just before COVID hit. Like I went out to the local Golden Corral with my mom. That was like our big thing. We were planning it for weeks. Like she had just retired.
Wow, that is
on,
some white people shit if I've ever heard it.
well,
Planning to go to the Golden Corral.
no, that's the thing. Like when I was living in Richmond, we had Golden Corrals, and my sister, and my mom had visited me one time for my birthday / Easter, because I'm born in late March, so my birthday tends to land very close to Easter. So they brought my new kitten down to me. My mom brought an Easter basket, which you never want to get this from your mother. And I don't know why my mother ever thinks that this is okay. But she has done this type of shit multiple times. But part of my Easter basket was a chocolate penis lollipop. But because they had made a 12-hour car trip, because my mom would not go the smart route of taking I-81 to 95 around Baltimore area and then just coming the 1 hour or so down the rest of the way into Richmond. No, she had to take I-81 to 64, go all the way around to whatever road connected to Richmond, and then come into the city that way. Because she refused to go through, because again, her anxiety, she refused to go through the Baltimore, D.C. area at all. She would not touch that. Oh my God, she would add a whole 4 hours onto the car.
I find it interesting that you talk about inappropriateness when it's a tradition, since me and my mom both don't really celebrate Christmas because we don't believe in it, you know?
Right.
But we watch a movie. Do you know what two of those movies have been?
No.
One is Requiem for a Dream, which, if you know anything about, is incredibly dark. And the other one is going to, just the name alone will probably clue you in. Nymphomaniac Part 1 and 2.
Oh my God.
That's how just comfortable we are with that kind of shit.
I'm not comfortable with that kind of shit. With
like,
my
that
parents.
doesn't really... Well, to me, it's like
really,
everybody's a human being, so I just have no compunctions left in
like,
my
my
life.
sister's definitely more comfortable with that shit with my mom than I am. I'm just, like, probably part of because, like, the way I was brought up, and this is part of why I have such a big problem with my sister and some of the stupid decisions she's made over the last year or so. But I love my sister dearly. Don't get me wrong. She's the only sibling I've got. And she is extremely fucking talented. But she does not make the best decisions, and she also has, like I mentioned before, has inherited some of my father's problems, mainly probably the bipolar. I'm almost dead certain she's got that.
Okay.
And then on top of that, she's also unfortunately inherited the I don't know how I put this lightly. Like, my dad slept around a lot, obviously. She's the same way. Like, she has gone to work with people that she knows are married and have wives and kids at home, and she has shacked up with them. And when I first found out about it, because I don't know why she wants to talk to me about her sex life, but she does. But she's like, it's like the words of my sister.
To me, it's like certain people you're just like, you can just be poly and get this over with.
Right? But that's the thing. Like, my sister doesn't want to be poly. I think she's trying to find out who she is. And she's messed up 3 long-term relationships at this point because there's a very, very distinct track pattern. Like, her first husband, like, she got with him when she was 19. Or no, not even 19, like 17. And she was with him all the way up until like mid 2000s. So around like the 5 to 7 year mark is when she starts getting bored of them. And she starts making up all these excuses in her head, whether they are real or she's just. Because my sister is also somebody who takes something that is said and literally will spin it around into something completely different. Like,
It's literally that Bill Burr sketch about how women fight. Yes.
So like stuff like me telling her, okay, I cannot do this right now. I can do it later. Turns into, you said you don't want to do it at all because I'm a jerk. I'm like, that is not what I
Yeah,
said.
no, I get
all.
I've had those
She
conversations.
like, it's to the point where I refuse to talk to her in anything but text, because if I say something, like, for example, uh like, I part of the shop is one of the things I'm going to be doing eventually is making t-shirts. I
Mm-hmm.
have a Cricut maker now. I have heat transfer vinyl. I have a few designs already set up and ready to go. I'm just need to get them onto the site. I have given my sister a medium size, because that's her size, she is way small, shirt of each one of the ones that I currently have a design ready to go to make.
Mm-hmm.
And like, just waiting for her to model them for me, because I figure she's a good-looking kid.
Why not?
Why not?
I mean that's not a great phrasing, but yeah.
She's better looking than me.
I'm not
She's,
trying to turn around your phrases. I am just literally repeating your phrases back at you.
No, you're fine.
Like
I
that
mean,
is
it's just
like
she's,
just
she's
that
an attractive
if anybody
person.
has a if anybody has a secret mutant ability, it's to is to just shoot people's own phrases back at them. Because I'm like, you do know what you just said, right? And because I take
No,
things with a literal meaning.
I mean,
So
she's also a professional cosplayer. So retired
oh yeah,
professional cosplayer.
all right.
So yes, she is a good-looking person. I mean, on the same token, though, I also have pictures of Zero in all those shirts. So I have a more typical, because like when you go on a shirt company or anything like that, their models tend to be typical smaller
Yeah.
people. There's not really many chubby people. So I'm like, okay, I will have the normal sized attractive person, but then I'm also going to have the chubby hubby.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to, I have him and I have her. I'm planning on putting both of them up when I eventually get these shirts listed on the shop.
Yeah. No, this makes sense.
So, that's because, like, I'm a fat person too. Like, I'm not trying to discriminate, but it's like that also helps.
Well, you're portraying that you have a wide range of sizes.
Exactly, that too. But the thing is too is that, like with my sister, like, she took I gave her, like, I think there were 5 different shirts total that I gave her. And she sent me pictures of her wearing the shirt, and she had painted her nails purple. I basically made a copy of the T-shirt that Futaba wears in Persona 5 Strikers. It's just a yellow T-shirt with like a pixel heart on it, but it's like part of what I eventually wanted to get going into was like, cheap and affordable cosplay supplies too, because I know
Yeah.
eventually
No, I
conventions are
understand.
going to be
I
a thing.
understand.
So I mean, and P5 is very popular, so why not? And honestly, me and Zero both love Futaba, so like I made the design to make that shirt.
Absolutely.
So she took a few pictures of her wearing the shirt, and you can tell she got her artistic flair going. She's all posed and looking cool, and she's got the saturation up and everything. She clearly went and made these images look good. But then she's like, "Do you want these, or do you want just the shirt on the hanger?" And I'm just like responding back to her. Then I'm like, "No." And then I sent another text like, "No, you in the shirt. That's perfect. That's what I want." But she just saw that one word of no to I hated everything she did, and she's not going to do anything more because she's a failure. And and I'm just like, like looking at my mom's telling me this, that like, why isn't she getting to the rest of them? She did one, I'm ready for that one, but where's the rest of them? And she's like, well, Sam thinks you hate her. What? Where did this come from? And that's the thing, like she's on top of the world 1 minute, but then she is
I can
5 feet under.
say that I relate to both you and your sister with this one.
uh
Because,
and on top of it,
like,
and that's the thing,
I have triggered so many fights with people starting a phrase with, hey, can you help me with something? And me not reacting because I
yeah.
don't know if I can help you with it because you didn't tell me what it is.
Right. Yeah. I mean, my
People
my
hate
first
people
like
really hate that you don't that you would not implicitly trust that you can do whatever they're about to ask you.
yeah, like
People,
I'm in
people
this.
take actual offense to that, and I don't understand it.
See, the thing is with me too. Like sometimes people try to get my attention or ask me something. Like literally while I've been talking to you, my friend in Saudi Arabia has gotten a hold of me on Twitter, and I think he actually went and talked to Zero too. It's just like, and I'm just like, I'm in the middle of something else. I will get to him when I'm done.
Okay.
And I mean, he's in Saudi Arabia. He's completely different time. I'm hoping by the time I get back to him that he'll still be available to talk to. But it's just it, it it's just like most of the time, like if I'm not available or I just don't have the mental spoons, because especially like after a day like today, I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm frustrated, I'm pissed off.
I'm glad that this has allowed you to express a lot of how shit things were.
Oh my lord.
Like,
And and that's the thing too. Like I was saying before, like especially like getting back to those rabbits. Like I said before, I wasn't trying to get attached to them. And then Princess Za's community, she's a speedrunner. She speedruns TurboGrafx 16 games. She actually, until very recently, had the world record for Bog's Adventure, which is probably my favorite TG16 game.
really?
She had the world record. Yeah, yeah. She's trying to get it back.
No, no, no. That was really that's your favorite Graphic 16 game.
Hey, I still have my TG16, and I actually just bought a cap kit because it turns on, but it doesn't actually do anything. So I'm assuming that probably a cap needs to be replaced. So
Like
eventually,
I would say the best one is easily Snatcher.
I never played Snatcher. I had Bonk 1, I had Bonk 2, I had Keith Courage because that came with it. And
If you like Blade Runner, you would like it.
never had Blade Runner either.
No, that's a movie. That's
Oh, never saw it. Never saw it.
Rutger Hauer,
Nope.
Harrison
Again.
Ford,
Nope. Never saw it.
directed by the guy who made Alien.
Nope. Never saw it.
You have
I
missed,
saw.
like,
I just was not a big movie person, and especially like if it had I could not handle violence as a kid, and even then sometimes
Oh, okay.
if
So that's
if it bothers me seeing things like I'm better about it now, but like in movies, especially as a little kid, like I could not handle. There's enough death and pain in the world. I just don't need to see it glorified on TV. Like I just like I will never
see.
watch. I will never
I'm
watch like crime stories or anything like that. I don't need to be reminded
see.
about how awful the world is.
I am very. I take my approach to it with my background very much the opposite because if I know how bad things can possibly get, I can work back from there so I can understand how people currently act the way they do.
True, true.
So
I,
I
I mean,
work
honestly,
I work
that would
backwards
be a
from it.
good way to like. That would be a good way to like kind of like mentally prepare yourself
Yes,
so that you know
absolutely.
I
That's what
can
I'm doing.
because actually like I actually did that back when me and Zero made the decision that we were going to go GameStop dumpster diving because I had to warn him like if we come across cops, which we probably will,
Yep.
you need to shut the fuck up and not do anything.
Oh
And
yeah, no, I've made that mistake.
and he's like, and he was like, oh, well, cops are good guys. And I'm like, I literally sat him in front of YouTube for a couple hours, showing him, no, this is what happens when cops, get on a power kick. And I think the video where I had to stop was when this guy, all white cops, the guy was black, and he comes and he's like, none of y'all live here. None of you guys are part of this neighborhood. Like, why are you guys here? What's all this about? Like, and he's just questioning, like, why are you guys trying to cause trouble? And of course, the cops don't like somebody questioning their authority, so they start trying to arrest him and everything. So he's complying. He's turning around. Okay, I'm gonna get arrested. Whatever. He's got his dog in his car, and the dog is a Rottweiler, and he left the door open, the car window pretty wide open. So
Ooh
the dog,
boy.
of course, the dog jumps out of the car, comes up to the cops sniffing, and the cops immediately shoot it.
Absolutely.
And Zero grew up with a Rottweiler. So this hit him especially hard.
No, no.
Like
Any
Zero cannot handle animal misfortune at all.
I can
Tobway's death at the accident absolutely killed him.
like
When the buddies died, that like I took the first one really hard, and then after the second one died on us that very same morning, and then the following few days,
I can
the following
say
few days,
with
I was really bad. But
with all
he was
honesty, I completely understand where he's coming from. If I wouldn't
yeah.
have had to live the way I did to experience it enough, I would probably be a lot more squeamish. Animals to me represent the ultimate in innocence.
Yeah.
So
And
I can
that's
handle people because people are shit. Right?
and some of us really deserve what we have coming to us. No, I can agree with that one.
So you get
I
so to me it's that is
Yeah.
more or less the crux of it to me.
Yeah, like I mean, some like you hear these stories about some of these people dying from COVID and stuff, but like you're like, well, the vaccine's been available for 6-7
Yeah,
months now,
exactly.
and they didn't bother to get vaccinated, and of course they caught it and they died.
Well,
Like I
another one of the podcasts you listen to is called Knowledge Fight.
right?
It's called that because they study InfoWars.
Oh goodness.
So they go back and forth. They'll play. What the crux is, one guy is the researcher and knows all this stuff beforehand, and the other guy, it's all gut reactions to clips from Alice Jones.
Gotcha.
And it's interesting because I listen to it, so I need a comedic shell around it because otherwise I could not handle the vileness of what he is saying.
Yeah, there are plenty of that stuff where I'm just like
Where
I can't understand how you are still filled with hate.
Well, and
that
the thing with the vaccine is, like, he is gone full on. Oh, the vaccine's actually something that will kill you.
like we follow Big John, and Big John had a bad reaction to the vaccine. He ended
Yeah,
up with
absolutely.
a case of Bell's palsy.
It happens.
And yeah, I mean, there are going to be those few cases here and there where somebody ends
That
up with
is
a bad
why
reaction.
it's called a risk percentage.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you got to just roll the die and hope to God. Like, I mean, as much as I'm scared to death about it, like, I already told Zero, like, he's going to have to go back onto the workforce here, you know, and it's just that Delta variant is out there.
Yep, absolutely.
And there are breakthrough cases, and those breakthrough cases tend to be people like me and Z who have other underlying conditions. Like, he's got the enlarged liver and spleen. I have asthma and hypertension. We're both fat. So, yeah, if it's going to do a breakthrough case, it's going to be people like us. But it's like I told him, it's like, whenever
we had a couple people in my building die, so yeah, I get it.
Yeah. I had a great uncle. One of my grandmother's brothers died of it last year.
Yep.
So, and one of my sister's co-workers, his son was only 28. And other than being a little on the chubby side, had nothing wrong with him. No underlying conditions. At least that he knew of. He probably had something, just didn't know it. Because that's what happens with us fat folk.
Yeah, exactly.
There's usually something underneath that's causing it or part of it.
Yep.
But, you know, because that's the thing, like, even now I'm still putting all the blocks together, like, oh, so I wasn't able to exercise without getting really tired out in school because I had asthma, and nobody bothered to figure that out until I was 35.
Oh yeah, the amount of stuff people just never figured out at the wrong. Yeah.
I was always tired because, I was staying up a little bit too late, 1 a.m. in the morning when you have to be up at 6. Probably not the best, but I was a teenager, and I mean, even now, like, I usually wake up after 5-6 hours on my own. Like, 5-6 hours, my body's good. That's just what I operate at.
I always thought that the mile run for seniors in high school was just simply so you would be able to tell which kids were smokers.
They were doing the mile run to us every single year.
Oh, we only did that, I think, every couple.
We had to do it every single fucking summer. Every single year. And I never actually ran it. I would walk it. And the gym teacher at the time, she would give me so much shit. And she's like, "Runner, you gotta actually run." And I just look at her like, "Prum? I am 250 pounds. I am twice the weight of anybody else in this class. I am not running." Like, she tried to give me a hard time one time because we had to power walk around the village that we had the school in. And she's like, "You're so far behind, you gotta catch up." Like, again, 250 pounds. I am twice the weight of anybody else in the class. I'm going as fast as my body's going to allow me to go. They're more important than me. Go.
I don't know how athletic coaches work for anybody, honestly. Because all I can thought every time, I was quote-unquote coached was, one day I will murder you. One day. Like, that's all I'm thinking, right?
I mean,
it's like you aren't motivating me. You're not motivating me to, like, scale this wall or whatever. You're just making me hate you.
Like, oh my god, yeah. I didn't hate her. I just didn't, like, I was like the sarcastic brat. I'm not gonna lie. Like, she would put on dances to the oldies and shit, and I was just like, I do not care for Richard Simmons. He is way too sugar gum lollipop bullshit. I don't know what the hell he's got in his hair to make it floof out like that. This is dumb. I hate these songs. I hear these songs at home all the time. I don't want to hear them here at school. Can we put on something else? And then she put on, I complained too much about sweating the oldies, so she put on some other, it's like practically soft porn. You've got these naked men and half-naked women
It's
like on this beachfront
yeah.
with like this soft, jazzy rock music, and I'm like, are these guys gonna start making out afterwards, bro? What the fuck?
It was jazzercising, yeah.
Not even jazzercising. It was just they were on their little towels. Oh, we're gonna sit up. Okay, and now we're gonna switch to
Okay.
knee pressing. It's like it was just like
Can I just say, now that you're older, there's something so amazingly kitsch that I love Richard Simmons. Like,
I like just how much of a damaged, traumatized teen I was at the time. I just like you are way too happy to be in my personal space.
no, he doesn't see, like, he's one of those guys that I don't think I'd want to talk to him, but I'm glad somebody like exists like that in the world. You know, out there.
Yeah, I mean, if you can tolerate that much happy, peppy shit, great.
I think that was another reason I was not well liked in high school, is I had appreciation for kitsch really early on. And people were like, oh, that's lame. And I'm like, I know, isn't it awesome? And they're like, no, that's just lame. I'm like, you don't get it.
The lameness is the point.
You don't get why I watch The Nanny and Golden Girls.
Oh my god.
You don't get why MASH was my favorite TV show.
Oh my god.
That's the thing. I stuck out. Saying I stuck out like a sore thumb would be an understatement. Yeah, I think you're getting that right. It's like, no, I loved all that stuff with complete earnest.
I stuck out like a sore thumb like crazy. Like the teachers like eventually like caught on. Like I had to eventually told one teacher on the last full day of school in senior year, yeah, I had to deal with a freaking grabby ass family member.
Mm-hmm.
But I lied and said it was my uncle and that he was in a different state. And I think they're just like, if he's in a different state and your family's making sure you're not in contact with him, we can't really do anything, so whatever. But we know about it. We always knew there was something wrong about you and somebody had probably done something to you. We just didn't know what it was. Now it makes sense. Like, okay. Oh, the secret's out. But guess what? It wasn't no uncle. It was my dad. And if I had, right at the end, if I had fucked that up, my family would have probably tarred and feathered my ass. So. But.
Yeah. My biggest problem was my teachers worked with my father. And I mean, like, not like employment-wise. I mean, like, they would come up with schemes to try and make me a better student together.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to know what one of them was? I had to go up to every teacher I had after class and have them sign that I was there. I wasn't a serial skipper. What the fuck were they talking about? I'd never skipped class. I just didn't like and or care. Right?
Yep.
So, but I had to go up like a weird kid and have them sign this piece of paper every time.
Oh, Lord.
Like
one of my teachers gave me such a hard time because, especially after I got diagnosed with ADD, they backed off a little bit. But one of the things that I found that helped me focus was I need to do something with my hands. Like, any job that I have is either going to be the shop stuff or it's going to be a call center where I'm just taking inbound calls.
Mm-hmm.
No cold calling, no nothing like that, because the thing is, like, inbound calls, I'm not controlling the call flow. The callers are controlling the call flow. And if it's a busy day, it's a busy day, whatever. If it's a slow day, then it's a slow day. But with an inbound call, okay, yeah, I'm going to have to eventually type information into the system,
Mm-hmm.
but I can do stuff with my hands while I'm talking to them.
Yeah.
That's not a problem.
You need to see Sorry to Bother You. That's that movie is about being at a call center.
Oh, Lord.
And one of one of the things is they're black, and they say I have my white people voice. So it is really it's a very interesting movie by one of the members of the coup, which is a very very progressive leftist band. Let's just say, like, he even just goes, "I'm socialistic. They're so sadistic," you know, like.
Yep. No, I totally agree with that one. But no, I don't know if that would be a good movie for me to watch. I might get traumatized again. Like,
Well,
oh no.
it's a dark comedy. Like they do it on purpose. It's, but I don't know. I just find it interesting to talk to people with different perspectives on this kind of thing, because it's like I am the opposite, where I expose myself to high levels of insanity specifically specifically so I learn to deal with them in my own ways.
No, I totally understand. I mean, that's the
If
thing.
I
though,
had to, if I had to guess, did you ever see Dune?
Nope.
Do you know what it is?
I know it's about the spice and like there's a sandworm, I think.
Yes.
But that's all I know about it.
Okay, there is a ritual where you put your hand in a box of pain. And it's a test for their religion, but willingly sticking your hand in this pain is what helps you understand enough to get through life. And I think I kind of took that to heart growing up. Understanding pain helps you prepare for the future that will eventually have pain. You know?
See, I would not have that movie would not have ever worked with me as a kid.
No,
It
doesn't actually show you what happens to the hand whatsoever. It's just a box.
I know, but the point is, like, I refused and would like find ways to get out of a medical facility of whatever shape or sort if they at any point wanted to either draw blood or give me a shot. That was like, no, I'm not willingly here for you to hurt me.
I don't like
doctor.
I don't like shots because I don't like the idea of transferring fluid, but I will deal with it anyway.
See, I'm the exact opposite. Shots don't bother me. It's drawing blood that.
No, that's what I mean. That's what I don't like. I don't, but like the needle itself doesn't scare me whatsoever.
Oh, I'm the exact opposite. The needle scares the fuck out of me.
Like,
well, no, I'm not as bad about it now.
Well,
mostly thanks to my gastric. So
well, it's just interesting to me because it's like, me and my messed up friends took a completely different tact on life. Like, when we finally saw the Jackass movies, all we thought was somebody was videotaping shit we were already doing. Like, one of the things we would do is we had somebody still had a slide, and what one of the things is we would put a bunch of tacks at the bottom, and you would take people and you'd shove them down head first and see how many tacks they'd get stuck in them.
Oh God.
This was for fun.
Oh God. I would be staying the hell away from you guys. Like, no.
No, it was just
I had kids put tacks on my chair for me to sit on without me realizing, and ended up with bloody butts. So we
found out going down with your bare feet first is how you get the most of them. We found that because we kept track on the count. But it's like the idea of like jumping off of a tree to try and hit another tree and failing and landing like square, like on your back or stomach or some shit. That was normal shit for us. Like
Yeah.
it was like
Crazy
it was
fun.
the extreme like kind of sports mentality
Oh,
was
girl,
something we had.
for the interview tomorrow.
So
Don't mind me. I'm just reminding the hubby he's got to get himself cleaned up for. He's got a job interview tomorrow.
yep.
So, but
It,
yeah. I had. I am very like not as bad now, not as bad
yeah.
now because like when I had my gastric done back in 2015, 2016, um, I was just expecting okay, there's going to be one needle, that's going to be the needle that delivers everything to me, and after that I'm done. I don't got to worry about it. They're going to do the surgery, and I'm going to wake up, and then 2 days later I get to go home, and everything's going to be peachy keen. So, Mike was apparently the best guy in the city of Syracuse, but he still managed to screw up my surgery.
well,
He
yeah.
did not sew my stomach entirely shut.
Mhm.
So I had a GI bleed. So I was internally bleeding. And let me just say, you don't ever want to poop your own blood.
Oh,
It is absolutely, oh my God, absolutely the
I've
worst.
I've
smelling
been
thing.
there.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Worst smelling thing I've ever smelled in my entire life.
It's not the worst thing I've ever smelled. Do you know what colitis is?
I know what colitis is.
That's the
yes.
worst smelling.
Oh.
Especially like because I got colitis because they overdosed me on antibiotics when I got Lyme's. So it killed off most of my good gut bacteria. So it was just rotten in there.
Oh. I'm so sorry.
Eh.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah, like that was my experience, and I'm just like, oh my God.
No,
This is the worst
like I
feeling.
remember the first. I remember maybe it's a guy thing, but the first time you piss blood, it's something you remember.
That's actually how we found out about Zero's enlarged liver and spleen.
Yeah.
He went to the bathroom. He freaked out because there was blood in the toilet along with his pee, and we got him to the doctor, and they did a CT scan to look for kidney stones. No kidney stones, but his liver and his spleen are bigger than they should be. And then, ironically enough, like in December of 2019, he was at his last job he had before the pandemic hit. The guy who trained him came in and had a cold, and Zero ended up catching the cold. And this thing knocked him flat for 3 weeks. Like, he ended up calling out.
I wonder if that's a spectrum thing, because if I get sick, I am useless.
I don't know if it's a spectrum thing, but like if you had like colitis and stuff like that might be part of like maybe your immune system got nuked from all that. I don't know.
No,
but
I just mean getting sick like throws you off entirely.
That maybe because I mean, wasn't there something like when COVID was like they were saying a lot of people with like developmental disabilities like ADD and autism stuff like that, they were the ones who were also dying of COVID more frequently
because you
of the fact
can't take care of yourself whatsoever.
Exactly. Exactly.
No,
So,
like when I peed blood, it was I was much younger, and it was because I may have been rollerblading and may or not landed a kidney first onto a rail.
Ow.
It's not as bad as this one guy I saw in Scarred though, who his board went out from under him, and so he landed on the rail, but the rail had a small lip on the end of it, and it literally split open his sack.
Ow.
Like for
I'm not
me,
even gonna say it, I'm cringing.
like for me, I'm like, while that sounds horrible, that is also a story you tell for the rest of your life.
Right? Oh my gosh.
Like
I mean,
like injury stories are like that's that you win all things. You're like, it's like, dude, my balls unraveled out of my sack. Jesus Christ, man.
Did they really? Did that happen to him?
Yes.
Oh my god!
Yeah, it was on Scarred. That was hosted by the lead singer Papa Roach, I believe.
Oh my god. Okay, and I thought my injuries were bad. You want to
No,
hear the worst things I've ever done to myself?
yeah, it's
So
that's like for me. I'm like I've
not
got like getting hit in the balls. I'm imagining like what happens when it like slaps against your leg.
right, and then just imagine like not only do you have this huge gaping hole, but then you've got your actual gonads hanging out,
Yeah.
exposed to the wind. For fuck's sakes! And I'm just like, that would be like the only thing I could compare it to would be like if I like for whatever reason had an eyeball popped out on me. I would be, is that my
Oh,
eye?
that happened in Knoxville.
Oh,
That also happened to a wrestler named Vader.
oh my gosh! I just
But Knoxville, he talked about it in his, he was like, I just remember all of a sudden I could see the ground. Listening to the Jackass guys' stories on their injuries is always amazing.
did
because
they put the eye back in?
he put it back in.
How does that happen? Like, I just like imagine like, does it burst? Does it squidge? Like, I just like how. I imagine like once an eye pops out and it's just dangling there attached to the optic nerve, like okay, that's it. Lop it off. That's it. I'm without an eye.
No, it's since it's mostly filled with a liquid, it's like
Oh, it's squishing.
yeah,
Okay.
and you can you literally
I should know.
pop-
I should know this, honestly.
you just push it back in.
Huh. Okay. Because I would
Here-
honestly assume that that's the end of it. I'm not getting that eye back.
Also, one of the nice things is since eyeballs have no nerve endings, it doesn't actually hurt. So no, it's not painful whatsoever.
Oh my gosh.
It's just disorienting as shit. What's
Oh, I'm
painful
sure.
is now Knoxville got in an accident to the point where with its junk where he literally now pisses out the side of his dick.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm like, oh, and it's like, oh, so you're getting like surgery? Nah, I'm just gonna leave it that way.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm like, gee.
Yeah, my gratuitous injuries are nothing compared to what I just heard in the last 5 minutes.
See,
Like-
well, but that, so you can see why, like, a guy like me growing up in that kind of culture with that kind of people throwing into tax, just like
No, yeah, of course it doesn't
That's-
bother you. You work on it.
it was our like push. Like people talk about like how how toddlers like are all we were like big toddlers pushing everything to the limit. Lighting fires with spray paint cans and like I remember blowing shit up a lot too and just making I remember we used to take the sticks off bottle rockets and stick them in pipes and shoot them at each other.
Oh my lord.
I had at least 6 firecrackers go off in my hand.
Well, I mean, I've had 3 things where when I tell people what I've done to myself, they're like, "How the fuck did you pull that off?" I've gotten super glue in my eyeball. That's been fun. Done like a bitch.
Yeah.
And the next thing I did to myself was I staple gunned my boob, making a costume for a convention. And I
Nice.
didn't notice that I had stapled my boob until the second staple, because I shot the first one, and the fabric didn't stick to the hula hoop I was trying to staple it to.
Mhm.
And I'm like, huh, I wonder why it didn't work. Staple it again. Huh, there's a little bit of a pinch, but it's still not sticking. I wonder what the hell's going on. And then I look down, and there are 2 staples in my boob. And my mom was with me at the time, helping me make this costume. And I just look at myself and I laugh and I'm like, well, it's a good thing I'm a double D, huh? And she's like, she looks and she sees what's happened. And she's like, oh my God, that Douglas is a nail gun. Audrey, what the fuck is wrong? And I'm like,
Staples really are not as bad as you would think.
I understand her concern because if we were nailing something,
Oh no,
it
it looks bad, but it's like, you know.
It really didn't hurt at all. And the scars are almost so minuscule. Like, I think I had to really look for the scar to show Zero because he was like, "What, babe?"
Most of my scars are from on my arms and are mostly covered in by hair, which is because otherwise I have a lot of. Do you know what a smiley is?
Yeah, Zero was just like, you might want to tell. It was like, the bigger your boobs are, the less sensitive they are. It's like, I know this. That's why I'm jealous of people with smaller boobs because they probably get more enjoyment out of them than I do. And he's like, well, you might want to tell him that. The other one, probably the worst one that I ever did to myself, was I was repairing a DS light, and this was fairly recent. This was like probably within the last 5-ish years. It was after Zero moved in with me.
Mm-hmm.
And I was repairing a DS light. The screens that I get, because the biggest, most common problem with a DS is either the top screen and the ribbon cable are destroyed. You got to replace the whole damn screen if that's the case.
Mm-hmm.
Annoying as fuck. And so I'm effectively soldering the speakers on to the contacts for the new screen. And one of my cats, the one that already is lucky she's still alive, because she got sat on by my fat ass because she lived up to her namesake and cleared the entire fucking apartment in about 0.5 seconds because she realized I was getting ready to feed her and got sat on by a 350-pound woman. And long story short, her entire bottom lip all the way down to her, like where her jawbone met her neck, pretty much got ripped off, but was still attached to the rest of her skin, so just a trophy off of her actual muscle.
Oof.
And, of course, she gets sat on. I realize I just sat on her. Get up as quick as I can. She runs and hisses at me and gets under a chair. And I look at her, and she's bleeding from the mouth. And I'm automatically thinking, like, oh, God, that's it, internal injury. She's a goner. There's nothing I can do.
Yep.
And I go and I call my mom. It's like 5:30 in the fucking morning. I'm freaking out. I take her to the emergency vet. The emergency vet wants $1,200 to just do a diagnostic and make sure she has no internal injuries, yada, yada, yada.
Yep.
And I'm like, I do not have $1,200 for a 5-week-old kitten or 4-week-old kitten at the time, that had literally just gotten sat on, and I just want to know, because eventually the bleeding stopped and she was fine for the most part. She just had her bottom lip hanging off, and so I'm like, okay, maybe she's okay. So I go to the emergency vet with the intention of she just needs her lip sewn back on.
Yep.
And they wanted to do all these x-rays and all this blood work, and I'm like, I don't have the money for that. I'm just going to hope to God she's going to be okay, and I'll take her to the normal vet in the morning. It's not going to charge me an arm and a leg.
Yep.
And so they at least give her a pain shot, and that costed me, between the visit just to look at her and give her a pain shot, which she hated the pain shot.
Oh,
she
no.
meowed and hissed at the vet for that.
That's going to happen.
and that costed me $120 right there, just for that. And they didn't even do anything to help her. So I go back to my mom's house because there's a clinic right there just down the road, 2 minutes from her house. So I'm like, okay, I'm just going to get some sleep before the vet opens up at 8 o'clock, and I'll take her there then. And my mom kept yelling at me that I was taking the kitten out to cuddle because I was asleep in a chair. And I'm like, I'm not doing shit. Like, I'm trying to sleep. Stop waking me up to yell at me. And it wasn't until the cat goes and she literally watches it climb out of the laundry basket, climb up the chair, and climb up me to curl up on my butt, that she finally understands that it really isn't me who's doing it. The kitten wants to be with me that badly.
Yep. Yeah.
I still have said kitten. She's all grown up now. But that said cat, she's already been through. It was $600 before everything was said and done. Because with Lightning, here's the thing: she got said on her lip got atrophied. We sewed it back on the first time. Within a day, she had already ripped her stitches out and her lip was hanging again. Had to bring her back to a vet. Like, another $200 and something to put her back under and do it again. And another day later, she had done it again and ripped out her stitches again. Because she is a 5-week-old kitten at this point, and 5-week-old kittens do not know the meaning of "you're injured, you need to relax."
Yeah.
So they go and take her back. At least the third time, they didn't charge me for doing it again. And this time, they took another patient's x-ray that they didn't need anymore and cut it up and made it a makeshift kitten cone. Because they don't make cones for animals that small.
Yep. Jesus.
So yeah, this cat's already gone through hell in a handbasket, and she's probably one of my favorites. She follows me everywhere, she meows at me, and she's very attached.
Yeah.
She's going under the table, and of course her tail is up. And her tail wraps around in typical kitty fashion and catches the soldering iron, which is on, because I'm using it. And I go and, not even thinking about it, I'm like, I have health insurance, she doesn't. I grab the soldering iron with my bare hands. She at least got out of the way, because she heard me screaming at her, and she got out of the way before the damn thing hit her.
Yep.
But I effectively poked a big old hole nearly the whole way through my finger with the soldering iron. So that was like
I have a very different type of soldering iron story.
Oh boy.
This was, I think, senior year, and I had gotten to the point of truly not giving a fuck anymore, like about anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like, my reputation for somebody you don't fuck with was well deserved. Let's put it that way.
Right.
I was fucked with a lot before and bullied, but I also had no compunction about finding a much worse way to get back at you. You know?
Yep.
It's like you punched me. Well, I hope that homework that I burned is okay. You know, that kind of thing.
Yep.
Because I wasn't an idiot. You know? Because bullies don't expect you to do the smart route. But
no, they don't.
there was one guy, he one time knocked me out cold. And I decided to scare the living shit out of him with probably one of the dumbest stunts I've ever pulled. I took a soldering iron and soldered it into its own cord until it blew up. And that, right in front of him, he didn't speak to me for a very, very long time.
Hey.
But me and him had a real grudge thing going on. You know, did you guys have in your yearbook like a section for like people's stories and shit?
Only for the seniors, really.
Yeah, it was senior year.
Okay.
I didn't put one because I didn't even buy a yearbook for any of it because I didn't want to remember. I'm like, what am I going to use with this for ever, right? But
right.
His story was his favorite time in high school was when I got my fingers cut off.
Jeez.
They published that. That's how much the school was not a fan of me. Huh?
My school tried.
That's some deep seated hatred right there, huh?
Oh yeah.
Like,
My school tried, and I mean they tried really, really hard for me to go take a group photo with one of the groups of kids, like one of the little cliques that we had in our senior group. And I was just like, every single one of these groups has made my life a living hell. I'm not going to take a picture of them because the entire goddamn senior grade hates my ass. I'm not taking a picture. If you want a picture of me in this section, it's going to be alone.
yeah.
And they fought and they fought and they talked to the kids in the different cliques and tried to make friends with me. And I'm just like, I literally told some of them straight up, like, look, I already know why you're talking to me is because the queen wants me to take a picture with you guys, and
Yep.
I'm not doing it. You guys didn't care about me the entire 6 years we've been here. I'm not posing for a photo pretending everything's all nicey nice. You know? It's like, I'm not that type of person.
I always did take the group photos for the things I was in. Because my senior year, I decided I give no fucks to the point of I'm just gonna go with interests I already have. You know, whatever. Like I was a member of the FFA, just because I like tractors and machinery and shit. Uh, I printed the school paper. And I mean, like literally printed, like on a printer, like on an old school offset. We did. I was part of ski club, stuff like that. But every picture, there was always at least like a 6 foot gap between me and another human being.
Yeah.
So
Like,
it was like I just was like, because I wasn't friends with any of the people in these groups.
Yeah.
Except for the one I was friends with in ski club when we got trashed before we went skiing once. They did we had some hidden some hooch on the bus.
I went and I started making friends with like some of the kids in like, you know, once I got to 10th grade, and the biology teacher that was kind of the first guy that I actually started trusting a little bit again. Like I started opening up a little bit after that, and the kids actually realized that I was actually pretty fucking smart and knew what the hell was going on. I just didn't deal with the bullshit, and I just didn't want them bothering me.
Mm-hmm.
So if they actually treated me like a human being, then I would actually talk to them and maybe help them out with their homework because I understood what was going on and they didn't. But I'll never forget it though, because like all of my friends were in the BOCES program, like from different schools that didn't have like all the backstory of like, oh well, she's a weirdo and she growls at people. Yeah, I growl at people because I woke up at 3 a.m. with my dad doing shit to me. I don't trust people. You guys try to beat me up all the time. No, you're staying the fuck away from me. Like, no, I don't trust people. Stay the fuck away. But, you know, people actually treat me like an actual intelligent human being. There's a different story. Like, yeah, I actually am a person. I'll talk to you. Like, at least for like senior year, at least at my high school, like when it actually came down to graduation, they had this. I don't know why either, because there were 63 of us. It was an odd number regardless, and that was part of my argument. Was like they wanted everybody to go out with a guy and a girl, arm in arm, and I'm like, I'm not doing that. Well, we have an uneven number of girls versus guys. That's not my problem. Like, these kids have hated me from square one. I'm not going out there by myself. I'm not going out there with somebody. I'm going out there by myself. I've been a loner the entire 6 years I've been here, because it was a 7 through 12 school. I'm going to go out a loner. I'm the square lone person because everybody hates my ass here. No,
I
you're not
didn't.
getting me to go home alone with somebody.
I just didn't go
Yeah,
to my
well,
graduation.
like my school was so sick of some of the kids. Like some of them were clearly failing, and there were teachers that were literally talking to each other, like, "Okay, what do we do to get his numbers up so he actually gets his diploma?" It's just like they're trying to figure out ways to fudge numbers so they can actually make sure that we all graduated because they were just so sick of dealing with some of us. Hey, Han, can you hit the AC? A little bit too cold in here now.
Just
I mean, it's almost 4 a.m. and he's got a job interview in a few hours. I really do got to go pretty quick here.
all right.
But yeah,
It's just interesting to hear the differences. Like I never gelled. I did have my own crew, but we were a freak show,
yeah.
quite literally.
I
Like,
got most of my teenage like buddies that I gelled with and I got along with. If I hadn't have found the Mega Man X Roleplay Club that I did when I was in junior year and got involved with it and started role playing in it over summer vacation that year, going into senior year, I don't know where I would be. Because those were the first actual friends that I had.
yeah.
Like I had the boys that my mom was friends with. I had a few kids in the neighborhood that would actually hang out with
Well,
us.
I'm
But
actually being a little more literal. Most of us had different skills that we would do for money for the other kids.
ah,
Like I can eat a whole pencil.
why?
I found that accidentally one day, and I turned that into a source of money.
Oh, I'm not even going to ask how that happened.
I just kept
But
gnawing. I just kept gnawing, and it disappeared.
graphite and all, huh?
Yep.
Oh my gosh, how did you not have splinters coming out?
Can chew very well.
I sadly cannot anymore.
I
Unfortunately, I've lost a lot of my teeth
let's
from
see.
being poor.
I ate some cell phone buttons. I bit through a 100-pound test leader for fishing.
Oh my god.
But it's like I had friends that could do like flagpole on almost anything,
Oh,
and that's how they made money. Uh, you had the guy who could do the splits. Like we were like when I say a freak show, it was a lot more literal than people think.
you mean more like an actual circus freak show?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we would. I guess I never thought of it at the time, but our actions to the other kids looked like performances, even though it was just us doing what we normally did. Like,
Yeah.
we had a game where when you weren't paying attention, somebody would, you know how staplers open, right?
Right.
You would slap somebody on the arm when they weren't paying attention with the stapler to try and get it in.
Oh my goodness, that must have been fun.
I had that's some
At
of my
least those are
fondest
just-
memories.
At least those are just paper staplers, though. They're not like the big ones like what I did.
No,
to
yeah,
myself.
exactly. But you see what I'm saying, where it's just like that was our games.
Oh jeez.
People would give each other smileys, which is where you take a lighter and you hold it until it's hot enough that you can actually make a burn mark. Like but that's the thing. It's like I see now in retrospect, like the other kids must have thought we were like putting on a show for them or trying to act tough or something.
And they just found enough entertainment value into it that they were willing to pay you for it.
Yeah,
So.
but they never understood we were doing this anyway.
I mean, honestly, benefit for you guys.
Yeah, it was a weird side benefit. when I cut off my fingers, like I actually, after it happened, I had I made good money off of my. I would only sign one yearbook a year.
Right.
I didn't even get one myself, and I would trace my hand with the missing fingers in it to prove that it was me.
Well, I mean, that is definitely a unique signature. I'll give it that.
And that is how I made about $75 one year.
Wow. I mean, hey, making it worth something.
Well, that's the thing. It's like we learn. We learn. We were. It's like we're pariahs. Let's make it, and for what we do, yet it's also lucrative.
Yeah.
How can like it's very confusing to way to live. And you can imagine all of a sudden not being in high school was a definite change in the world. So it's like we can't make money out of just being ourselves.
Yeah.
You know? Because before it was just like, just being an oddity, like you could net yourself some cash.
Yeah.
Which, it like that, but I suppose that's the dichotomy of why freak shows exist, is it not? It is lucrative and helpful for people that have certain deformities and stuff that would preclude them from normal society, yet it is also exploitative. Because we were, like, not, like, if you think about it, we were also ostracized and hated. And getting beat up and shit. A lot of it was because they knew we could take it because, you know, we played rough games. But you get the idea.
Right.
So, and that is one, to me, it's like, looking back, I'm like, it's literally how capitalism works.
Mm-hmm.
You know? I had early lessons on how capitalism does not function the way people think it does.
No.
Because the point is you're exploited for profit so you can survive. There's no ethical consumption. That's not a thing. You know?
Yep.
Like you can't expect to be treated well.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, that's just the truth. The truth is your time is being siphoned away from you for a profit.
Yep.
And I don't know why people don't understand that. And honestly, in some cases, you're just like, well, it's the trade you gotta make. But you still need to understand you are making a trade. Like it feels wrong to me that people do this not understanding that they are actually, you know, engaged in this trade, and the whole it's because you do this to reach the brass ring thing that's not an actual thing. You know?
Yep.
But the actual thing is you are selling your time for money. Which
you're selling your time to survive.
Yes. And if you understand that, it's a lot, at least in my opinion, it's a lot easier to understand why things are, why companies act the way they do. Why the world acts the way it does. People are like, oh my God, this happened. And I'm like, well, yeah, of course it did.
Yeah, I mean, there definitely needs to be, like, more, in my opinion anyway, like, it was fine, like, back when we were, like, younger kids and crap like that, like, back in, at least in my case, like, but it's just, like, now, it's like, people should not have to work 3 jobs, effectively working, like, 60, 70 hours a week, just to barely scrape by. Just because they, like, I just,
Yep.
That's not cool. Like,
Well,
you know,
my ex one of the things I always describe capitalism as is it's Yahtzee, except that you get random sided dice that you didn't choose.
yeah, that
So,
is a good way to look at it.
and if you want to look
Some
at
of
it,
us got the 20-sider, and some of us got the 6-sider.
and a lot of it is also the way if you think about it, it's like a lot of it is inherited. So maybe two of those dice are ones you inherit, you know? But that still
Yep.
doesn't mean you're gonna win a jackpot every fucking time.
Yeah.
That's just I don't know. It's just an analogy I've been working on for it.
No, it's a good analogy.
One of the things I do like that fulfills me creatively is try and analogize the world so it can make sense.
I do that too. I mean, I don't set aside time for it, but it's like I've definitely come up with shit on the fly when I get into an argument.
Yeah,
with
no,
somebody.
I've done that as well, but I find I like it when I can expand it.
Yeah.
Like it's like I described wealth disparity, plus you can add in generational wealth disparity in that equation.
Yep.
Like that's something. Cause it's like I mean, for like I don't know. I've tried and find a lot of odd things to do to fulfill myself creatively.
No, I get you. I get you. Like, I mean, in my case, like that's the thing. Like, I grew up kind of like right smack dab in the middle of poor and middle class because my dad, his family was poor. Like, when I say my dad had a messed up childhood, part of his duties of earning money to keep the house afloat was he was literally a child prostitute for the trailer park he was living in.
Oof.
And he got, at least this is
Yeah,
what he told me.
that might make your lines a little blurry.
Yeah.
I get that.
Oh yeah, that definitely makes a lot of judgment calls a lot blurrier than they should be. But that was stuff he had to do to earn extra money. Like his shoes, like he had horrible bunions on his feet because all the shoes that he ever had were shoes that my grandmother was pulling out of the trash. And anything that was at least in good enough shape, whether it was his size or not, he was wearing it.
Yeah.
So
no, my father, while not the prostituting part, was also incredibly poor.
yeah.
Like they literally built their house.
Yeah.
Like
my dad lived in a trailer park, and eventually they actually just recently tore that trailer park down because of just how bad.
I was technically born in a trailer park, and then moved to a house in the middle of the sticks.
And that's
but I was like
and that's
one.
the thing. Like my dad was the high school, barely graduated. He dropped out of high school, got a GED later. You know,
that just describes most people I knew.
Yeah, but and then he ends up with my mom. But here's the thing: my mom, extremely shallow. My mom only really cares about appearances. My dad was a better looking guy than the guy she was dating, so she ended up with my dad. And my mom, she was from a rich enough family that she was going to Syracuse University. And then she dropped out to be with my dad. Mistake number 1. Mistake number 2 is even considering my father a decent option. And it's just, mistake number 3 is staying with him after you knew he was cheating on you anyway, and he told you he wasn't sure about getting married because he was, finding other people he'd rather be with. It's just like, no. It's like, you were stupid.
My dad was also a sex addict, so...
Oh, yeah. I think that's just very common.
It's interesting because my mother also comes from a rich background, but she had some things in her life that she had very low self-esteem.
Yep.
And so she was kind of indoctrinated into thinking the way his life was normal.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
he was a biker, and so we hung around with them, and didn't really. It's like, okay, maybe this is just how bikers act. Like that was her attitude on things, you know.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's like she was just very naive about things, and that's
Yeah.
how that happened. And
I
it's
can I can
like I
I can
can't.
probably see that with my mom too, because she was if my mom had been born like more in this time frame, she probably would have been a lot more of a more confident person. But she was born in the late 1950s and up through the 60s and stuff,
Well,
and
it's
again,
it's
same thing. Just very she was my uncle, her brother, was the high school quarterback, okay? He was the pride gem of the family. My mom was the weird gothy kid that was into theater and art, and she clearly did not fit in.
my let me put it this way: we have 3 doctors on that side of the family,
Uh-huh.
and like they study monkeys and shit, and like
Goodness.
they get paid by the university, and it's like, so one side of the family is highly educated kind of people, like we recommend each other books and play Trivial Pursuit when my grandfather was still alive, and we'd go to Christmas.
Yeah.
And as opposed to my other side of the family, where my grandmother, for some reason, had a birthday cake for Jesus.
Uh, my
I hate my grandmother so very much.
my grandma and grandpa on my dad's side, like Zero actually just found this out this year when we went to go visit the graves, because my dad is actually buried on the other side of my grandparents on his side.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, they bought a 4-person plot. The only person that's not going to end up buried there is the only person of that nuclear family that's still alive, which is my Aunt Trudy, my dad's older sister. Um, but my grandmother was the babysitter for my grandfather's first set of kids with his wife. And he, of course, shacked up with the barely legal babysitter.
Yeah.
So
So
there's a lot of generational karma that, like, when my dad said that there was a Rober curse, I now know that it was because of just so much generational karma and stupid shit that his side of the family in particular did, that me and my sister are both probably going to be paying for the rest of our lives. And it's just like, I try to do as much good as I can, when I'm available to. My sister, on the other hand, doesn't seem to have that one down, because she's the one who's out there, not caring if she's
yeah.
wrecking families or marriages, as long as she
So
gets the rocks off for the night.
so my grandfather on my mom's side was probably the only positive male role model influence I ever had.
Hmm.
Like I still miss him a lot. Uh but he was the most bizarrely practical man in the world. One, also, you know why I'm good with the gamer grudge and debate and all that shit? That's because me and him used to do that as a sport for fun. He taught me how rhetorical rules work and stuff. As weird as
I
that
mean,
sounds. That was our sport. That was our connection. But
yep.
once he found out the way my father had been treating me, and also found out about my autism, he started telling me things about his family and how he was treated that apparently no one else knew, or because nobody asked. Everybody assumed he came from a good family for some reason.
Yeah.
He did not, and it wasn't like I'm not spilling secrets that he didn't eventually just tell publicly, but it's like that, like that's how deep a connection I had with him. Is he was willing to talk about the worst parts of his life that he didn't even tell his own children.
Mm.
Also, when I say bizarrely practical, Okay, so when my grandmother died, we got a headstone. There's a
Okay.
rosary on it. They weren't
Hmm.
Catholic. He didn't
Right.
care. He said it was the cheapest headstone he could find. He really loved my grandmother. Not in doubt. He just practical.
Nope. I get it. I
And
mean,
and okay, I think it was my uncle Bob got this heart-shaped hanger thing to put there for flowers.
right.
One day he bought my grandfather bought a plant that wouldn't fit in there. He took a hacksaw to the heart and just cut it in half and then hung it.
Oh my god.
So you got this like an 80-year-old man in a power chair with a hacksaw in a graveyard cutting a heart in half.
Right.
And that is why I love and miss my grandfather. Because,
No,
well, and also
I
technically my Uncle Ed was conceived in a graveyard, apparently.
yeah.
That same graveyard.
Yep. Yeah, I don't doubt it.
Well, apparently after the county fair, they decided they didn't feel like making it all the way back to the house. Serious? my,
No, I believe it because I haven't ever been to Wisconsin. I haven't been that far west, but I have seen pictures and I've heard stories. I know it's very all out there. But
that nobody really just gives a shit.
that too. That too.
Yeah.
But yeah, at this point though, I do gotta go because
Yeah, no, I need
got
to
it.
sleep
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah,
But
so totally.
I had fun. I talked to multiple people today. I learned some things. That's really all I ever want from this shit. So thank you
Oh,
for coming on.
oh no, of course. And before I do go though, the biggest thing, like, because I never did get to finish. The really bad part with the two baby bunnies when they died was they kept licking us, and we could not figure out why. And then Zero finally looks it up. Apparently, when a bunny licks you, they are showing you that they love you. They are bonded to you. And like you mentioned before, bunnies are extremely social animals.
Oh boy.
So we had two little bitty bunnies that we had weaned. Eyes had opened in our hands. We were the first things they saw that were licking and loving on us. And then a week and a half after the dog died from the car accident and they somehow managed to survive it, they died on us. So yeah, just boom, boom, boom. It absolutely murdered both of us. But and that's the thing, like with my mom and having killed the rabbit when I was a kid, it's just like I feel robbed 3 times over because I didn't get to experience that with my rabbit as a kid. I did get to experience it with these two. I
Yeah.
mean, I have video upon video upon video of these two licking us, for fuck's
And
sakes.
now you fully bonded with this, and now it's gone.
Yeah, like
That's
I have videos of like there's one video I have of the bigger of the two of them. He was going absolutely batshit, licking my hand to the point where he fell out of my hand. And I had to put his sibling down. And of course, she starts digging at my leg because she's upset I put her down. Because Lord forbid I'm not holding her. And having to check on her sibling because like he just fell out of my hand because he got so obsessed with licking my hand that he didn't pay attention that he was leaning over the edge too much and fell. So, like they like they got to the point where like we eventually bought a hamster cage for them, but the reason why they were with us in the car accident was because we were literally on our way to the Walmart to go get the goat milk and a hamster cage that was big enough to hold them for right now until we could get a rabbit cage for them bigger. So that was the plan. And then we got rear-ended and the rabbits made it, and then a week and a half later they were gone. But because we had them in a cardboard box, and they were getting to the point where if I did not have my hand in the cardboard box with them for them to curl up on, they were escaping the box and getting under my neck and under my chin. Like there was one time where Zero came over to look at me. I'm passed out on the bed, and he's like, "Where are the bunnies? They're not in the box." And I'm like, "What do you mean they're not in the box?"
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't even know rabbits could get that attached to people.
Oh, yes, they can. I didn't know either. I mean, I seriously thought that there was something wrong with them. Like, is there a medical condition? Why are they licking us? Do they need a salt lick? What's going on? No, they don't need a salt lick. They're showing you they love you. They're bonded to you. And I'm just like these fuckers got under my boobs and my neck.
Like,
and I get up after Zero's like, "Where are the rabbits?" And
so
I'm like, "They're right here under me."
It's just like, to me, I'm just thinking, you experienced the real life version of Watership Down, basically.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm just like they're right under me. Like if I didn't have my hand or some part of my body in there with them, they were doing that. They were getting out of the cage or getting out of the box and trying to find me. Like I slept the entire time after the accident in the spare bedroom, not even in my own bedroom because the bunnies were in here, and we didn't want them to be, because stress and being away from who they're bonded to will kill them. Like we don't want them to not be able to be with us, so we're going to stay here with them until they're old enough to where we can start letting them, get out. And I have a video, I'm not even joking, I have a video of the bigger of the two of them, the one that got hit with the weed whacker and was bleeding, and probably, I'm not even joking, climbing the bars of this fucking hamster cage because he wanted to be out with me. And I open the door, and sure enough, this fucker hops right out onto my hand. And he's like, "Hi, Mom."
Just, Jesus.
Yeah. I will, like, the smaller of the two of them, she was adamant about, she would lick nose, eyebrows, lips. She would nibble a little bit. She was attached.
I am glad that you're getting a lot of this out, just because holding it in is more than likely a very bad idea.
Well, I mean, at this point, it's just like...
But wait, I do think we should wrap things up, because I just look at... I have been live for 4.5 hours doing...
No, you're good.
Just with you, as opposed to my other streams from before. So, I am tired. I am sorry. I have gotten to the point where I need to, like...
No, I'm the one who was like, "Hey, we got to wrap this up myself." And then I was just like... But yeah, I mean, eventually, once Z has the job, the plan is we will eventually get a bunny that we can actually bond with. So...
Okay.
Like a domesticated one. Like, not a... The cottontail we have, I don't think she's going to be okay.
It's definitely better to get a domesticated one, because with the ones in the wild, it's a wild card.
Yeah. Like, we've kept her alive for 3 years, but it's just, I don't think she's going to get to the point where the 2 babies were.
Yeah,
so,
I don't.
But yeah, I shall let you go. It was a joy talking to you. You have a good night. Get some sleep.
Yes, thank you.
All right, good night.
Night.